September. We've got quite a packed agenda today, so there's just a little bit of housekeeping before we start. Welcome, Tony. We're just wondering what had happened to you.
Oh, I've been rushed around. I didn't have time to come to County Hall, sorry. Okay,
that's all right. So we've got an extra one on there, Wendy. Just a little bit of housekeeping. Got quite a few members of the applications and coming here that wish to speak. I'll be calling you in as and when we get to you. We're going to do, and there's somebody got Teams on because we've got an echo.
Hang on, I'll turn my mic down. That's me, I think.
It's you, is it? Oh, yeah, that's better. Is there still an echo in the room?
It might be me, Phil.
Yeah, just pause a minute while we sort the echo out.
I do beg your pardon, Chair.
Yeah.
No, you're muted. You're muted.
Why is it muted? You can hear me.
Has anybody got?
If anybody's logged into Teams rather than just being on the chat, can you log out of Teams and just be on the chat, please?
All right.
That's better.
Yeah. Okay, are we better now? Right, excellent. Okay, so we'll be deviating from the agenda as published. As we've got a lot of public speakers, we'll be doing those first. So members of the public who are here, I'll call you to speak when your time comes. You're welcome to stay for the whole of the meeting if you wish. But if you want to leave as soon as your particular application has been dealt with, then you can do that as well. Members of the committee, we are going to have a long meeting, I think, so can we be short and sharp? Don't duplicate what other people have already said. Let's try and deal with the applications as expediently as we possibly can. And those who are members who are remote, can you keep your cameras on, please? Otherwise, you won't be able to vote. So, Steve and Tony. Okay. Doesn't matter so much for you, Richard, but it certainly matters for Tony. So, will you put yours on, please? Tony Eason, Councillor Eason, will you put your camera on, please? Seems to have left. I can't see him on mine, that's what I was saying. Okay, so we'll go to the agenda, and can we have apologies for absence, please?
Yes, Chair. Apologies for absence from Councillors Crook and Butler.
Okay, thank you, Wendy. Declarations of interest, I think Councillor McKenna.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Declaration of personal interest for agenda items 4F and 4I. Thank you.
Thanks. The applications then we'll take in the order of people presenting. So the first one we'll be looking at will be application DM 2021-01823, which is a change of use from agricultural to One Planet development on the land south of Trecastle Farm, Trecastle Road, Llangollen. We have the applicant, Paul Trotter, who wishes to speak, and also Councillor John. But before we do that, Andrew, wherever he is, there he is. Oh yeah, we could do introductions first, as we've got members of the public. Right, so I'm Councillor Phil Murphy, as you can see, as Chair, and Dale.
Hi, I'm Councillor Dale Rook, Vice Chair.
And
I'm Craig O'Connor, Head of Planning for Monmouthshire County Council.
Hello, I'm Philip Thomas, Development Services Manager for the Council.
I'm Joanne Chase, Solicitor for the Planning Committee.
Wendy Barnard, Democratic Services Officer.
Andrew Jones, Development Management Area Team Manager.
And Amy Longford, Development Management Area Team Manager too.
Okay, so, yeah, so we'll go to the item 4, which is, item 3, which is the minutes of the previous meeting. Can I have any comments on that or any proposal to adopt them, please?
I propose to accept them.
Okay, everybody happy with that? Yeah, okay, thanks very much. So to applications then. So we'll go to the One Planet development. Andrew.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, members, as well as other interested parties with us today online and here in the chamber as well. I'll just wait for the presentation to come up on screen. There we go. Great. So this is a full planning application for I'll just wait for the slides to. That's great. So yeah, this is a full planning application for a One Planet development, and just for ease of reference, I'll refer to this as OPD for the remainder of the presentation. And as the Chair has said, this is at Tregassel Wood, formerly part of New Tregassel Farm in Llangollen. And the site, you can see there's a site map on screen now, is located within the open countryside for the purposes of planning policy context, and is approximately 2.4 metres to the southeast of the village of Raglan. So the proposal before us includes a number of elements, including a dwelling, workshop building, polytunnels, as well as a root cellar. I think, owing to the nature of the application, is quite unique. I would just state, for the sake of clarity for those joining us, that the Welsh Government created the OPD policy with the objective of adhering to global sustainable development targets. And the OPD policy seeks to encourage individuals, families and cooperatives alike to create residential developments that are either low impact or do not significantly degrade the environment. And these sorts of developments are required to meet 65% of their basic needs from within the land within the first 5 years. And that would include things like income, energy and food. And in this case, this is evidenced with the planning application by a detailed management plan. And the management plan submitted with this application sets out those objectives of the proposal, including a timetable for the development of the site and a timescale for review. And it, on that basis, can be used for a legal agreement relating to the occupation of the site, should members be minded to grant planning permission. Before we go through the presentation then, just to confirm, this application is with you today, members, due to the number of representations objecting to the application exceeding the threshold of 5, as well as a formal request from the local ward member. So I'll just take you through the slides on screen now. So as I say, this shows the application site. There should be a little arrow pin roughly confirming where that is. So moving on to the next slide. So this shows the application. You see the site is, broadly speaking, a triangular parcel of land with the access shown there to the eastern edge of the site. And then moving through to the next slide, this is aerial imagery. Again, you can see then broadly in the center of the screen the sort of triangle form of the application site. Moving through the next slide, so you can see there this is taken from the lane to the east side, and you can see where the arrow there is pointing towards where the site would be. And then just going through some photographs, the benefit of members that weren't able to join us on site yesterday. So this is where the site would be accessed, and there are some views then looking at with the visibility display. So this is if you stood at the apron of the entrance looking to your left when exiting the site, and similarly that is to the right when stood in the access apron. This would be the view then look as if one was heading down into the site. This is a view along that entrance approach, and there's quite a few photographs now that just detail the site and its context. Again, that's looking down towards the site as it slopes away from the, initially from the highway to the east. And again, for any members that weren't able to join us on site, again, this further views of the site, and then I'll just take you through then the some of the site plans and drawings. Okay. So this shows a site plan. Again, you can see there the sort of the cluster of built development that would be shown. It's quite a little difficult to see, but I don't know if you can zoom in, but I think, Phil, if you sort of hover your cursor where that would be, that will show where the main cluster of development would be positioned. This is the elevational drawings of the dwelling. This would be a straw-baled finish with a lime with lime render and a green roof. So it's showing the single story, what would form the dwelling of the operation. And that's two of the elevations. I think the next slide will show us the remaining elevations. Yeah, and that shows then a site section there showing it set into the ground. And you can also see to the rear there position of solar PV arrays. I'm not sure if that annotation is showing up on screen, but that's shown there to the rear of the building. And then moving to the next slide. So this is one of the workshop buildings that would be used. And so apologies, there's a duplicate there of the some of the elevations. And this, yeah, here's the root cellar. So this would be used for sort of longer term food storage on site. And I think finally we've got a typical example there, fairly generic style polytunnel that would be used on site as well. So in terms of the officer's evaluation of the proposal, it's important to be clear that OPD is not just describing a physical development. This is effectively describing a way of living differently in terms of people and land, in terms of how we make a reduction in environmental impacts where possible. So the management plan for the OPD describes both the nature of the development and the way that life would be enjoyed and lived in association with that development. And owing to the particular complexities and specialist nature of the OPD management plan and the development, this type of development, the council has engaged with an external consultant that specialises in OPDs. That's the Terra Perma Geo Group, or TPG, that we commissioned to conduct an independent appraisal of the application that included reviewing the applicant's own management plan and all other additional information that was provided by the applicant. So the officer's report, members you'll have read, provides a detailed breakdown of the relevant criteria in relation to OPD development. So I was just going to touch on some of the key highlights rather than repeating this verbatim from the report. I think it's clear that the OPD guidance recognises that it's not feasible for all the food needs of the occupants to be produced on site, particularly in Wales, but does expect realistically that an OPD site should be able to produce at least 65% of basic food needs either grown or reared on the site, or purchased or bartered using income or surplus from other produce grown or reared on the site. And the council's consultant on this accepts that the information provided in respect of this in the management plan is acceptable. This would include ducks that will be used to assist with pests within the vegetable production, and their eggs will contribute to the domestic diet. Chickens will be kept commercially for eggs, as well as birds, and they will be used as a main source of meat to feed the household. Pigs, sheep will also be kept as part of the business activities and to assist in managing the wider site, and surplus pork and lamb would also be available occasionally to feed the household. The primary income generating activity proposed from this site is producing animal products from a silvopasture agroforestry system and willow products, including adding value to willow from the site by basketry. The income streams, in addition, would be through sheep, chicken eggs, pork, and willow products. To confirm, the site would be the applicant's sole place of residence, and also the council's independent assessor is satisfied that the labour input to successfully manage this project will be in excess of one person's full-time input, and therefore accords with the OPD criteria. With regards to electricity and energy, a 4.5 kilowatt PV array is proposed. The European Commission's photovoltaic geographical information system calculator tool has been used to demonstrate that the performance of the array through the year is such that it would generate adequate energy for the needs of the site. In respect of water, this is available at the site as it's bounded by 2 streams. However, to minimise water needs, roof water will be collected from the roof of the barn and channelled to a 10,000 litre harvesting tank for storage. The submission provided to us includes assessments of the demand for water against the likely rainfall and the storage available to ensure that there would be continued sufficient supply. The council's independent assessor agrees that there is sufficient rainfall to potentially supply the water needs of all activities on site, provided that sufficient storage is in place. With regards to waste, all organic business waste, domestic food waste, and human waste are all able to be processed on site via a number of composting systems. Human waste would be composted in a purpose unit, and this would be subject to compliance with NRW standards. The applicant has also followed the approach set out in the guidance by demonstrating that the dwelling would meet the requirements of zero carbon in construction that is described in the Code for Sustainable Homes, that's category 3. In total, there are 7 ancillary buildings. These small buildings would be agricultural or constructed from locally sourced and reclaimed materials, and all except the workshop, which is constructed with similar materials to the house, would be unheated. These are considered to meet the zero carbon requirements of the policy. Finally, I would also raise that non-fulfilment of one or more of the essential characteristics of OPD in the open countryside over a period of 2 years, without instituting clear and effective measures to address the identified problems, would constitute a failure of the site as a whole. And in this scenario, the exit strategy would have to be enacted. Details of how the dwelling would be removed have been provided by the applicant. The applicant would undertake to remove the dwelling structure if a suitable alternative use cannot be found and agreed with a local planning authority. Agricultural buildings would remain on site for their reuse. The OPD assessor has advised that the site would be in a better condition than before the development, in that the site would be likely to contain increased tree cover and restored ponds. Therefore, the exit strategy is in line with the guidance, and the advice of our assessor is that it's considered acceptable. Turning to more general planning considerations with respect to visual impact, the applicant has submitted an informal landscape and visual impact assessment that accompanies the management plan. It's acknowledged that the development would be visible from some wider vantage points, although it's stressed that additional soft landscaping is proposed. The provision of workshops and polytunnels, in addition, are also not considered to be alien within a rural landscape, as can be found for general agricultural uses. And therefore, those officers are satisfied that there would be no unacceptable visual impact to the wider rural landscape of the area. In terms of highways and transport, the applicant has provided both a transport assessment and travel plan for consideration by officers. It gives detail of the calculation of the number of journeys and an indication of the breakdown of journey types that are anticipated. The calculations that have been provided by the applicant are not disputed by the council's independent assessor. From a highway safety perspective, no objections have been received from the Council's highways engineer. It is noted that the site is accessed off a small rural road at national speed limit, although vehicles travelling along here are likely to be lower due to the conditions and layout of the carriageway. While there would be a slight increase in vehicle movements to and from the application site, it's anticipated that the local highway network has sufficient capacity to accommodate the additional flows from this development. Concerns have been raised by third parties with regard to visibility displays when exiting the site. Now, those members on site yesterday will have observed this, and whilst it's noted that visibility to the right is not to the same standard as it is when looking to the left, the width of the apron means that someone exiting the site can position themselves so as to enhance the visibility when looking to the right. Balancing this with the fact that the land could be used for agricultural purposes, which would include larger vehicles, it's considered that given the nature of the proposed use and the frequency of trips associated with it, it's considered at officer level that the access arrangements would not create significant or unacceptable additional traffic growth in relation to the capacity of the road network and would not fail to provide a safe and easy access for all road users, and accordingly is considered to be compliant with policy MV1. So in conclusion, the application has been subject to lengthy and detailed consideration by officers with the advice of our independent assessor, and subject to the conditions and legal agreements set out in officer's report, it's presented to you this afternoon with a recommendation for approval.
Thanks very much, Andrew, and a very comprehensive summary of the application there. The ward member, Councillor John, has asked to speak now. Richard, you've got 4 minutes plus 2 at the end if you want them. If you want to take the whole 6 minutes at the beginning, then that's fine, but you won't be allowed back. So up to you. Okay, Richard, fire away.
Fair enough. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, members and officers. Thank you for the opportunity to say a few words and to pass on some of the concerns that have been raised with me by residents in my ward. A number have raised concerns about the impact on the landscape of the proposed buildings, which will be particularly visible during the winter and autumn months. I understand it's an essential OPD requirement that there's a light touch on the environment and a positive landscape impact. The report states that the site is within a highly valued landscape, which of course it is. The OPD guidance states that dwellings and structures should not stand out in views from public vantage points, and overall the OPD should enhance the landscape in which it sits. I note in paragraph 6.1.11 of the report, it says the landscape officer finds the development proposal acceptable, subject to additional clarification around the specifics of the proposals and longer-term maintenance. I note the report, which cites a number of different planning policies, proposes 4 conditions set out in the report. That if the information is not satisfactorily provided during the application process prior to determination. Now, these conditions are all related to the landscape and appear to require substantial additional information. So I'm confused as to why these are not being addressed at the application stage. Given the importance set out in the One Planet guidance around landscape, I would suggest that the applicant should submit all or substantially all of the information required so that the committee can make an informed decision on what's a really central issue to be satisfied under that One Planet guidance. I also note that the Crook Barn, which will be the most visible building given its elevation on the site, is not to have a grass roof, but either metal or slate. The plan and elevation states that the exact material and colour are to be conditioned to allow the use of a reclaimed product. I can't see any such condition in the report. Now, obviously, this is particularly important given the high visual impact that the barn roof could have. So I'd be grateful if officers could comment on that, please. I was also concerned to read in the report that the applicant intends to construct the dwelling, workshop and barn with reclaimed materials, and that the exact appearance of the structures may vary from that presented in the application drawings. Now, I don't understand on what basis, given the importance of preserving the environment, how that can be acceptable and why we can't have greater clarity. I'm also concerned about the degree of the impact on the landscape in terms of that long access track that was referred to, which will cross a watercourse. This in itself, I don't consider to be light touch on the environment. I note that the One Planet guidance states that all water needs are met from water available on site. The applicant proposes to collect water from the roof of the barn and channel it to a tank. There are 2 streams at the sites that are referred to in the report, but I understand both of those have dried up this summer. So in terms of the report that's been done, I'm interested
You're
to
on
know.
4 minutes, Richard. If you want to take 6, you've only got 2 left.
I'll use my 6 if that's okay.
Fine.
I'm interested to know what expertise Terra Perma Geo had in rainfall harvesting calculations. I'm also concerned about the monitoring, and that if permission is granted, can officers confirm what independent monitoring is going to take place to ensure that applicants are not marking their own homework? The overriding impression that residents have is that this application has been given light touch in terms of ensuring its compliance with the requirements of the policy. Yes, there's a lot of information included, but this is building in the open countryside. So as far as residents are concerned, question marks remain over the landscape impact of the proposal. And the report suggests that we're dealing with this by the way of conditions rather than clearly addressing the issues prior to determination. Given the way that this policy deviates from the long-standing position opposing building in the open countryside,
Can you wind up, please, Richard?
Yeah, I've got 40 seconds, right?
Go on.
The high potential for follow-on applications, I think these applications need to be vigorously stress tested by truly independent experts. So I'm concerned about the lack of transparency over independent assessors' reports, the amount of important landscape information that's being left to conditioning, and the degree of latitude that's being proposed in the final design finish. I think this all adds up to an extremely worrying precedent, and the concern of residents is that you may see disparate buildings being scattered across the open countryside in Monmouthshire, and it would be quite naive to assume that such structures would ever be completely demolished and the landscape returned to the way it was before. So I hope that members will have the opportunity to scrutinise this in detail today. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Richard. We've got nobody from the Community Council and no objectors registered. So Paul Trotter is the applicant, and Paul, you have 4 minutes.
Thank you. Like many of you, my wife and I have been deeply concerned with the climate and biodiversity crises for many years. While we were engaged to be married, we spent a lot of time thinking about our future, our values, and how to live within our integrity. I kept thinking about my future child asking me, so when you realised the full extent of the climate crisis, what did you do? I desperately wanted to have a good answer to this. As we learnt about the OPD policy and visited other One Planet developments, we realised that this was an opportunity for us to dramatically increase our sustainability while promoting biodiversity. Over the last 5 years, we have devoted a huge amount of time to research into low-impact living, permaculture, regenerative agriculture, and natural building. This has come together to form the application that you are considering. We are excited to plant thousands of broadleaf trees and lock carbon into the soil while increasing shelter and forage for wildlife as well as for livestock. We are proud to have incorporated systems to capture and use nutrients on site, protecting watercourses from animal manure. We are looking forward to living with a light touch on the planet, being self-sufficient in water, heating and electricity, and growing and rearing the majority of our food. Our transport impacts will be around half the norm, and our ecological footprints will be 70% lower than the Welsh average. The development will be a local exemplar of sustainable living and will serve as an inspiration for other families wanting to address the climate change and biodiversity crises. We intend to live at Trecastle Wood for the rest of our lives, bring up a family and be part of the fabric of the community. We have started building local connections, supporting nearby events and volunteering in community projects. We will sell our produce locally, providing residents with more sustainable choices. Mel and I want our project to benefit the local community directly, and the management plan details our commitments, including free activities on site, working with local schools and youth groups, resource sharing and education. We've recently sold the narrowboat where we used to live and have moved closer to the land, ready to throw ourselves into building the sustainable lifestyle that we seek. There have been many letters of support of the application and a much smaller number of objections. It has been 43 weeks since the application was submitted, giving the planning department, their independent assessors and the professional consultees the opportunity to examine the application in considerable depth. The concerns raised by objectors have not been supported by the assessments of the professionals. MCC highways, biodiversity and ecology, landscapes, drainage and NRW have all indicated the proposal is acceptable and in line with planning policy. The independent OPD assessors are satisfied that the application successfully meets the criteria of the One Planet development policy. I sincerely implore the committee to accept the recommendation of the planning department. Please vote to approve this worthwhile development. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. And Andrew, before I ask members, do you want to respond to any of the points raised by Councillor John or Mr. Trotter?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, nothing to respond in terms of the comments made by the applicant. In terms of some of the comments made by Councillor John, in terms of the landscape impact and the use of planning conditions for soft landscaping, for example, this is a well-established practice that's clear in the planning condition circular to agree details of soft landscaping as a pre-commencement condition. In terms of the siting itself, members would have seen probably better on site yesterday than through the photographs, but the site is already well screened by established mature vegetation. And officers think that the use of planning conditions here to agree further soft landscaping is entirely appropriate and in accordance with the planning conditions circular. I also note the comments with regard to some of the finishes and colour that was raised as a concern by Councillor John. It is, if members are minded to approve the application, it's again quite a well-established condition that we could agree samples of finishes prior to construction, so that the applicant would provide the details to us, and that could be confirmed as being acceptable. In terms of monitoring, and I think the phrase was used of marking their own homework, I mean, the applicant would be tied in with a legal agreement. The monitoring report, etc., would be subject to annual review, and that would be investigated through the council's planning enforcement, monitoring enforcement officer. And again, if we needed to, we could engage with our consultant if there was a need to verify any of the information provided. So officers are satisfied that there are sufficient stringent steps in place for the development to be properly monitored and that the conditions, etc., are fully enforceable. In terms of the water and the expertise, I think from Terra Perma Geo, they are a very established company in terms of providing guidance on one planet developments. Indeed, they were involved with the consultation even on when that policy was introduced. So as officers, we're satisfied that they have sufficient experience to make an assessment of those sorts of detailed calculations. Comments in respect of this leading to further applications and follow-on structures and buildings, that's not before us at the moment. We can only consider what's detailed in the application as it stands. And as I said, officers are satisfied that visually the collection of buildings now proposed are appropriate and wouldn't be harmful to the landscape. But if members were minded to approve, we could condition that samples of those finishes are agreed with officers to ensure that they're satisfactory. I think that's covered most of the comments from Councillor John, but obviously if members got any other queries, we can assist if necessary.
Thank you, Andrew. And I think if members do approve it, I would like that looked at before development commences. Right, so we go to members now, and Councillor McKenna. Jane.
Thank you, Chair. I consider this site to be a large-scale development within the open countryside. The area is on the edge of an AONB and can be seen from vantage points along both Lower Raglan Road and Treecastle Road. I am concerned that the applicant has been able to submit his own visual impact statement, which clearly wavers from the truth. The site can be seen from roads, footpaths, the historic Motte and Bailey, and listed buildings. Please can officers explain why an independent assessor has not done the individual impact statement? Furthermore, many of the trees that surround the site are dying from ash dieback and will need to be removed. Also, many of them are not owned by the applicant and can be removed at any time. I note that the half-a-kilometre track to the dwelling is for agricultural purposes. Please could officers clarify whether a residential driveway will need to be applied for? I know of a farmer who lives in the same valley within Llangollen who applied for a residential tract to access his dwelling and his outbuildings, which was refused. Visibility when exiting the site is poor when looking right. I note that highways are concerned and the applicant had tried to mitigate this by drawing up an agreement with the farmer who owns the hedge either side. I noticed that this agreement can be ceased within 7 days' notice by the farmer, and it was also null and void if either party sell. Therefore, I fail to see how this solves a problem which can pose a highways risk to road users. Llangollen is in a phosphate zone. Please could officers explain how a new dwelling which to service a family, course visitors and the keeping of ducks, chickens and pigs, all of which produce phosphates, will not impact on the phosphates problem. Both watercourses run into the River Usk. The business plan and predictions are questionable. For example, the applicant predicts that his annual vets bill will be £200, profit from 3 pigs will be £1,762. The cost of food not derived from the land will be £315 per year. I note the applicant believes he and his family can live off £4,612 per year. With the considerable rise in everyday living costs and a 40-year inflation high since the application has been submitted, I feel that these figures are no longer valid, and in turn they will affect the business plan and therefore the sustainability of the development. The applicant predicts that his 3-bed detached dwelling will fall under council tax band A, which values the property at £44,000 or less, and therefore his council tax bill will be £1,071. I did a search on Rightmove last night, and the cheapest 3-bed detached house in Monmouthshire was valued at £250,000, which was in Undy, the next cheapest being £295,000 in Caldecott. Therefore, with taking a 30% reduction in mind for an agricultural dwelling, I feel it very doubtful that you will find a similar property for £60,000 anywhere within Monmouthshire. Could officers explain how these figures are correct and how they have been approved? I note that there are letters of support for the application, none of which come from local residents. I cannot see how this development will enhance or benefit the community. If anything, it will be detrimental to local businesses who sell similar products, something which OPD policy is against. Please could officers clarify that no Section 106 monies will be sought and why? In light of what I have in front of me today and what I saw on the site visit yesterday, I fail to see how the application fully meets OPD policy or how the business model is robust, stress-tested and sustainable. I therefore cannot support this application at this stage and propose that on this basis it is refused. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Jane. Thank you, Jane. Andrew, do you want to come back on those points? We'll take them each one at a time, I think.
If I could come back later, if that's okay. If there's any other questions, queries from members, I'll combine them together, if that's okay.
Yeah. Okay, the next one's Ben, but Councillor Pearl, you indicated, but can you put your name on the...
I can't, bring that up at the moment. I just got the...
Okay, Ben's happy for you to...
Right. Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Looking at this, some of the acreage is going to be taken up with the buildings and the house, and obviously and also more room for buildings for the pigs. How many sheep does he intend to keep on this 19 acres, or what's left of it after the building?
Okay, I'm sure Andrew's made a note of that. Thanks. Councillor Carr, Ben.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. Really helpful. As the applicant said, I think this is a very inspirational development. We really need to try and encourage developments to tread gently on the land, which I think this one does. It's really nice to see that it has been designed so thoughtfully, and that the report says it will enhance its natural environment by increasing biodiversity in the area. I take my colleague Councillor McKenna's comments on board. However, I'd point out that the inflationary pressure that we're seeing at the moment is largely purchased energy and purchased food. It is not food which we grow ourselves, and it is not energy which we generate ourselves. So I think maybe that'll be mitigated in this case by the design of the development. I'd like to think that Monmouthshire as a place should be welcoming developments like this to try and show that we are open for business, for new technology and for thoughtful, sustainable technology. So I'd really like to support this development, and I think it's going to, if it's approved today, it could really be an asset to this county. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Bonfield, Faye?
Thank you, Chair. I would move to defer this application on a public health concern. I feel the business plan fails to incorporate how meat will be stored.
Faye, can you talk into your mic, please?
Sorry.
Bit further down.
I feel the business plan fails to incorporate how meat will be stored in chest freezers throughout the winter months when solar panels cannot generate enough electricity to keep freezers running 24/7, 7 days a week. I am also very concerned that sales of produce will be delivered in some cases on e-bikes. Is the applicant suggesting they will be delivering frozen produce in an uncontrolled environment? I feel it is premature to bring this before committee until Environmental Health have scrutinised the practicality and public safety of this business plan. The development also competes with local businesses such as Raglan Farm Park, NS James Butchers in Raglan and surrounding shops and farm shops which sell similar, if not the same, produce. OPD policy states that the proposed business should not have a negative impact on other local businesses. However, the applicant could potentially take trade away from these businesses. Thirdly, I noticed the applicant is to use biofuel. Given that he has not planted any willow trees or farmed the land in over 2 years, how does he propose to use this method to heat the dwelling?
Okay, thanks. Councillor Bond. Jill.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to reiterate, really, I welcome the concept of this plan and the move towards sustainability. I think it's brilliant, and reiterate your suggestion that samples of the finishes should be seen by the officers as suggested by Councillor John.
Okay, thank you for that. I've got nobody else indicating that they wish to speak. Andrew, then, can you come back?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, some of the points I think are, I mean, this was a matter of position. You know, we have taken the advice of the independent assessor on sort of the business case in terms of how it competes or not with other local enterprises, and their advice, honestly, it's quite a technical specialist matter to us as planners, is that that's not the case. In terms of taking a few steps back there, in terms of the LVIA and why it was conducted not by somebody that was commissioned separately, I think ultimately the important bit is the findings of the council's own landscape and urban design officer, and the advice is that, subject to the conditions we discussed earlier, is that the development would be acceptable. The comment of phosphates was raised as well, and how a development such as this would not increase phosphate loading, etc., into the area. The relevant party, as you're well aware on this, is NRW, who have confirmed that they've no objection, given the nature of the development, of this in terms of phosphates, and so has been screened out under the Habitats Regulations assessment on that basis, having regard to NRW's specific advice as the authors of the current version 3 of that particular guidance. So we're satisfied relying on NRW's view there. In terms of other points, in terms of Section 106 monies, whether that was linked to, I wasn't quite clear what 106 monies that would be, whether that be a contribution towards affordable housing. Well, in a similar vein to things like agricultural workers' dwellings, they're not set out in our affordable housing SPG as being required by policy to provide that. So that's why it wouldn't be policy to compliant to seek that 106 contribution. In terms of the comments of environmental health, and I think some of the concerns raised with the storage of particularly livestock and meats, etc., I suppose the two issues there really, our independent assessor is aware of the need to provide refrigeration on site and the energy needs that brings with it, and is satisfied that that can be provided whilst not to the detriment of the wider energy needs. And similarly, in terms of any enterprise that stores meat for commercial sale onwards, I mean, that is subject to the environmental health standards, and that is separate to planning, and it's important that we don't overlap with their standards and requirements and condition things that are covered through that legislation.
Sorry, I think if this business and the buildings, they go hand in hand with this application, so if one fails, the other fails, and I fail to see how a 4 kilowatt panel system can run chest freezers and a household. It's nigh on impossible, so it just doesn't add up to me.
Well, yeah, noted, but like I said, the assessor has considered that need for refrigeration in the wider context of all the other energy needs that the site would have, and deems it there to be sufficient. As I said at the outset, the way this is used, it is a lifestyle. You know, it's not used in an energy consumption for a conventional bricks and mortar house, and that there is to some extent, a sacrifice that the applicant makes in living that way, adhering to the sort of strict guidance and monitoring that comes with living that way. If the advice from our assessors that has reviewed this is that the energy projection is sufficient, I don't think we have any sort of evidence to the contrary to go against their advice. And similarly, in terms of food hygiene standards, etc., that would fall under the remit of environmental health, and if there was ever a concern or there was a breach of environmental health standards, that would be a matter for that team to enforce and investigate.
Any other points that you need to touch on, Andrew? Or
in terms of how many sheep, I haven't got that number to hand. Whether it's appropriate for the applicant to, as he's here, to assist with that query, Chair, if that's at your discretion.
I'll allow that. Tony, Paul, can you give us an indication?
So the management plan indicates 2 stocking densities. It gives figures in the income for 30 ewes plus follows as a low end of the scale, and as a higher end, 38 ewes plus follows.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor McKenna?
Yeah, Andrew, would you be able to answer the questions that I raised surrounding whether a residential driveway would need to be applied for, or whether an agricultural driveway is sufficient, and also regarding the figures, because to me they don't really seem to add up.
Yeah, in terms of the driveway, then obviously there has had previous planning consent for the agricultural driveway. If we can go to, it might be helpful to have the plan on screen if we could do that. Or not. Oh. Apologies, members. So, yeah, it's that track that runs from east to west, I suppose, effectively. So there has been planning permission granted, I think it was 2020, for a track to be surfaced with granular material that would be used for agricultural purposes. I mean, the track, so that was given it consent in terms of an operational development sense. That is shown then within the application site, which overall gives the land that one planet development use. And the track that's there would be considered to be sufficient, wouldn't need any additional surfacing, etc., to make it acceptable. So this application, from a land use perspective, would allow that to be used, and it's considered that it's appropriate of a tract serving this type of development, so that it wouldn't need any further operational development to make that acceptable. So it's had permission as an operational development, and this application would give it that consent to be used in conjunction with the OPD site. In terms of the figures you've quoted and the property values, again, that is quite a detailed technical matter that, as officers, we have relied upon the advice and the interrogation of the independent assessor. They have accepted those calculations, those fees. As officers, that's why we go to those consultants to provide that detailed professional expert advice. And so, apologies, it doesn't sound like a great answer, but if they are satisfied as our independent assessors, then as officers, we'll take that in good faith, and that there's no evidence to the contrary that we feel that they're incorrect in their judgment and their advice to us.
Okay, thank you, Andrew. And I think most of us have concerns about this one. But as Andrew said, we have had the advice of people who specialise in this. So clearly, we need to take account of what they say. We have. Sorry, Faye.
Sorry, Andrew, could you just come back on my point that it goes against the OPD policy, that it will negatively impact other businesses in the area?
Yeah, again, this forms part, and I feel like I'm repeating myself, that sort of competition and the ability to demonstrate that to satisfy that OPD criteria has been assessed. You know, that is, we are taking that advice because this particular, you know, it's a unique case. It's like where we have rural enterprise dwellings, we seek the view on those detailed specific matters from a professional consultant, different consultant in this case, and their advice is, you know, that it wouldn't be prejudicial or harmful to other local businesses. And as officers, like I said, apologies if I'm repeating myself, that is their advice to us. If obviously they'd seen issue with it, they would have gone back and asked the applicant to provide more evidence, but they have accepted the information in front of us.
Jane?
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, just one last point. I have looked on the Terra Perma Geo website, and I was going to question actually how independent they are after seeing the following quote, which is on their website, which says, "Our team was behind much of the Welsh One Planet development practice guidance, and we have supported the policy since its establishment." Therefore, I do actually question how independent they are.
Andrew?
The guidance document in question is the Welsh Government guidance document. So I'm not quite sure the nature of the sort of that query is. They are, in terms of their independence from the applicant, we are entirely satisfied that they are independent from them. They have assisted the Welsh Government with drafting practical guidance on OPD developments, and have been used by other local authorities in England and in Wales on this topic. So we're satisfied that they are, if that was the concern, truly independent from the applicant, and that they have the necessary skills and expertise to provide us, as they have done for other local planning authorities.
Okay, thank you for that. Before I bring Ben back in, Craig?
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. Just want to come in really in terms of some of the questions and queries around the independent advice that we as a council have sought, really. When somebody works in consultation on a planning policy like Terra Firma have, there's a number of consultants out there in Wales which would have had that direct conversation as part of that consultation process and been involved in the development of that policy, including us as a council as well, in terms of us giving comments and views on the policy development. Now, this policy, the One Planet Development Policy, is an exemplar policy in Wales. It's pushing highly sustainable, low-carbon development. I know some members have said that it's quite of a big scale. I would suggest this of a small scale to meet basic needs and to make business in a rural community. The bar for hitting One Planet development is very, very high. It would need to be fully assessed, as it has done. It's got significant legal ties that the applicant needs to agree to, and that will be fully monitored as we move forward. In a Monmouthshire context, this policy has been in existence since 2010. We only allowed one planning development. The bar is really, really high. I just wanted to get that point over, really, that to feel that this hasn't been scrutinised enough, I think is incorrect. The consultants have significantly looked at it. It is meeting that bar of the one bar development, and I think it's down for members to decide now whether this form of sustainable development is right in terms of what we want to allow in this county. But I would suggest that it has been independently reviewed and there's enough ties there for the applicant to ensure this is sustainable in the long term. And if it isn't, if the business was to fail for some reason, or if it isn't being fully sustainable, we have that exit strategy which the applicant would sign up to, so that the land would revert straight back to its original cause. So I think there's a lot of things there for members to think about, but I wanted to raise the point that the bar for one planning development is significant. It is an exemplar policy, and it's only in very unique circumstances where planning officers would be able to support this type of development.
Thank you, Craig. And I'll bring Ben back in, and then we're going to go to a vote. So I think we've given this a pretty fair airing.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. All I was going to say is I'd like to propose that we approve the development.
Okay, that's just what I was going to ask if you were going to do. So, Wendy, can we have the voting function up, please? Can you include deferment in it? So, approve, defer, or reject?
Chair, Chair. Excuse me, there's another name on the list for...
No, I'm happy. I was going to propose that we approve the policy.
Sorry?
You didn't mention defer, did you?
I did.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
An option to defer.
I do, yeah. Yeah, sorry I didn't come to you, Sue, because you came up on the list after I said I'd closed it, so that was the reason I didn't call you. It was proposed by Ben and Jill.
And we'll go to Tony as well.
Yeah. So I'll ask you in a minute, Tony.
Chair, I think you need to ask Councillor Powell as well, because I don't think she's got voting function.
Tony, everybody in the room's voted no, apart from Councillor Powell. Do you want to give your vote, please? You're on mute. You're on mute.
No, I'm not on there. I can't go now.
No, I know. I'm talking to Councillor Easton a minute.
Oh, sorry.
Tony, I can't hear you. Can you put your thumb up for it or down for against it, please? He's for it, right? Okay. Councillor Powell.
Yeah, I'm for it.
You're for it.
Okay, so that's been carried.
Okay, thank you, Joe. Right, we move on now to the second application. I don't think this is going to take quite as long to have a look at, but I thought it was very important with the nature of that first application that we give it a suitable airing. So the second one we're going to look at is application DM 2021-01763, change of use of the land to an animal sanctuary. Temporary accommodation in the form of a touring caravan to allow staff working at the animal sanctuary to stay occasionally overnight to assist with ill or injured animals. And that's at Rural Farm, Shanooton. The officer presenting this is Amy.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, my name's Amy Longford. I'm the Development Management Area Manager in the South. I think the presentation is just going to hopefully pop up on the screen in a sec. But I won't repeat. Yes, this is an application for the change of use of land, the animal sanctuary at Rural Farm, Shire Newton. So the application is before committee at the request of the local member. So the site is located between Shire Newton Village and the hamlet of Mountain, within 3 miles of Chepstow Town Centre. Yeah, the presentation will pop up in just a second. So Dean Farm was an agricultural holding of just over 63 acres, including pasture and woodland. The site is part of this agricultural holding. The use of the site as an animal sanctuary has developed over the last 6 years alongside the agricultural operations, such as grazing of livestock, hay cutting, and general practice. The animal sanctuary element of the operation on site is not considered to be part of normal farming practice, and therefore requires a change of use. As a consequence, this application is now before members. So the sanctuary operates within the main practice of animal welfare, feeding and treatment of animals such as horses, cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, donkeys, ducks, hens, turkeys and rabbits. The sanctuary operates with 7 staff, 4 of which are full-time. In order to maintain the business, it is reliant on volunteers who operate and support the day-to-day businesses, as well as open days and private visits, as well as guided school visits. The use is contained within the existing buildings on the farm complex. Between April and September, Dean Animal Sanctuary held 11 public events, and as part of the application is also proposed to include a touring caravan for the use of staff on the sanctuary overnight accommodation where the welfare of animals on site require it. The proposed caravan can be seen on the next slide here, which shows the position outlined in red. This is located to the south of the land in the applicant's ownership and immediately adjacent to an existing building housing livestock. The touring caravan will have a chemical toilet on board and will be emptied regularly. For note, the site is outside the phosphate-sensitive catchment area, and the caravan is proposed to be 6 metres by 2 metres. It is proposed to plant hedging to the west, as can be seen on the site, plan in green, and this will provide some softening and habitat improvements. To confirm, the application does not include any toilet provision for the public. Previous applications which did include this have now been withdrawn. So turn into the photographs on the presentation. As members saw on site yesterday, the first picture shows access track to the parking area. To the west, with a green area proposed in position of the touring caravan to the right-hand side here, adjacent to the building on your screen. The next slide is looking into the south of the site, to the southern side of the existing buildings. And the next is again the proposed position of the touring caravan adjacent to the existing building. And again, the next slide looking west, showing the field for ad hoc overspill car parking. And the last photograph shows, there's the a field adjacent, and the next photograph, again, the field opposite the existing building, so looking in the other direction. And again, the car parking area for overspill. Note it's all grassed area, there isn't grasscrete or any hard standing there. And then the last photograph shows the road to the south of the site and the entrance into the Dean Animal Sanctuary. So the application has received a number of objections, some from Mathen Community Councillor, Councillor Brown, and from neighbours. These concerns include concerns in relation to the justification for the use of the land. So the proposed use of the land for keeping animals is that they are not for food or the use of the land as for an agricultural practice, and therefore there is a change of use. However, the proposed change of use is very similar to that of agricultural use of the land, where farm animals such as those identified would be kept, reared and managed. Therefore, the use of the land can be tolerated as a diversification of its former agricultural use. However, it is considered that this use should be managed and it maintains an appropriate level of activity on site. And therefore, in relation to the caravan, this is done through an appropriately worded condition limiting the number of overnight stays, and in terms of open days, limiting those open days. There's concerns over the adequacy of the discharge of foul water for the accommodation, which is not adequate. However, in this instance, foul water is proposed to be dealt with via a chemical toilet, which would be subject to an emptying regime as part of the wider management of the site. Concerns over the siting of ancillary accommodation, that this will set a precedent for further accommodation on the site. But the principle of a caravan has been considered and assessed by the council's agricultural consultant, who confirms that it's common for animal sanctuaries such as this to require temporary and intermittent accommodation when animals are particularly sick and require overnight attention. The use of a caravan is therefore restricted to a maximum number of 45 days in any calendar year and is only for the use of staff or volunteers of Dean Animal Sanctuary. The use is therefore linked to the activities on the site, and it is not considered that this would set a precedent as a permanent residential accommodation would require a separate application. There are concerns that the caravan presents a fire risk and it would not be fire rated. The management of fire risk is not a material consideration for the planning application and is dealt with under separate legislation. There are concerns over the suitability of the local highway network, but the application has been considered by the authority's highway officer, who has not raised any objections to the application. They have raised concerns over the number of open days and suggest that limiting this with a suitable condition to maintain current levels of activity on the site. Therefore, the condition has been proposed to limiting the number of days to 16 in any calendar year. There are concerns raised over the quality of accommodation of the application, but officers are satisfied with the information provided is sufficient to make an assessment of the impact of the proposals. There are also concerns that the development will increase flooding and contamination in the mountain brook. However, the application does not result in foul water or surface runoff. The touring caravan is to be serviced by a chemical toilet and is a very small surface area of water runoff, minimal, into the field. There is no proposed concrete slab, and SAB is not required due to the small scale of the development. The existing husbandry activities are within the scope of general animal management and so will be managed as such. Concerns have also been raised over the number of open days. Again, this has been considered, and the condition is proposed to reduce this to 16 open days per calendar year. This is managed through a record keeping, which will be subject to checking. This issue was also discussed at site visits yesterday, where the clarification of open days was considered. It has been suggested that the definition of open days should be events open to the general public. Events that would require serving alcohol or entertainment would be subject to an events license, and activities that become more of a tourist attraction would be subject to a separate planning application. It is considered that this definition therefore allows scope of activity to be managed within the scope of the proposed functions with this application. And lastly, concerns were raised over the loss of the land from agricultural purposes. Policy does allow the provision of rural farming diversification, and so as stated above, the principle of the development is considered appropriate. The development is not considered to harm the value of the land, which in the future could there be returned to more mainstream agricultural food production. So overall, it's considered that the small scale of the development in this location is acceptable, subject to the specific conditions outlined within the officer's report. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. And the ward member's here, but has asked to speak later. So Isabel Thomas is here.
I'm the founder of Dean Farm Trust, so I'll be speaking.
Yeah. Well, it's your turn now, so you've got 4 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for giving me the opportunity today to come. So just to clarify what Dean Farm Animal Sanctuary is, we offer a home for life for unwanted, neglected and abused and abandoned animals. Currently we are home to 200 farmed animals, as you say, including pigs, sheep, cows, hens, goats, donkeys, ponies, and we are a registered charity. All of these animals come from different backgrounds. They come from smallholders, from farmers, individuals. Some come from other charities, such as the Welsh Pony Rescue, Many Tears Animal Rescue, and Friends of Animals Wales, who are all within Wales. Plus, we support the national organisation Battery Hen Welfare Trust. We have 62 acres, including woods and low pasture, and we find it vitally important that we protect and look after the land as it's a home for life to our animals and to the wildlife, the flora and fauna. We've planted orchards within the sanctuary, we've created a medicinal herb garden for our animals, and we're rewilding a number of areas throughout the sanctuary. We work and have been working with a wildlife charity since 2019 and have a bat flight cage next to our woods where baby bats, orphaned bats, are rehabilitated back into the wild, rehabilitated through the bat flight cage and then released into our woodland. We have put up a number of bat boxes which have been installed in the woods. Also, it's been identified there's a possibility of dormice around our sanctuary, so 50 dormouse boxes have also been put into our woods. We never use fertilisers or chemicals on our lands, and our animals are fed as much organic, non-GM food as a charity can afford, and it is donated. Matt Pritchard, who is quite a famous celebrity chef and athlete from Cardiff, is our patron, and the sanctuary online was voted one of the UK's favourite animal sanctuary in 2020 and 2021, which I think is something to be very, very proud of in Monmouthshire. We have a small team of
of staff, and many of these are from the local community, so we give jobs to the local community. They're from Chepstow, Cardiff, Blaenau, Gwent, Shire, Newton and Llangwm. And we also have a team of up to 30 volunteers that come sometimes once a week, once a month, sometimes for small events. And the sanctuary is supported entirely by donations and fundraisers, and there's no government grants for our sanctuary, as there are for the farming community. Many of the people in the local community over the years are getting to know us, and they want to visit our sanctuary and volunteer. And as a working sanctuary, all our time is focused on the well-being of the animals, and therefore people can't just come and visit. The local and the wider community want to visit the animals and support the animals that they see, because we run adoption schemes.
You've got 1 minute left.
Sorry?
You've got 1 minute.
Okay, so we do VIP bespoke visits for those people. And some people come from urban areas that have never experienced green open spaces like the sanctuary. And some people can't access mainstream places. They may have ill health, physical or mental needs. And the tranquility of the sanctuary without crowds of people is a nice place for people to come. We've only actually had 2 open afternoons this year so far. Well, that's all that's actually planned. We're not a commercial venture, but a small sanctuary wanting to help animals in need, protect the environment and offer support and well-being for people who need it. The Caravan, it's only in the last couple of years that we've realised that we really, really need a place when animals get sick, and we can't really just rely on staff to come in on an ad hoc basis. It usually happens late. It's usually emergencies. Vets are called out, and then basically we find ourselves maybe having to do 2-hourly OBS or give medications or treatments. So we really, really need a van to be able to stay over in on these circumstances. So I do hope, thank you for your time, and I do hope that you approve this amazing space for our animal sanctuary in these times when there's so much loss of green space and natural habitats. And for me, it's so lovely to be part of such a passionate, positive and compassionate place which is safe for so many animals that have been subject to terrible and heartbreaking neglect, abuse and abandonment. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Byrne, do you wish to take 4 minutes plus 2? Or,
Can I speak? Sorry, on 2. Can I speak before the vote? If I do a 2, 4 and a 2.
4 minutes then, and you can speak before
I'd rather do that. I think do the 4 and the 2. I just wanted to say, obviously, thank you very much for the presentation from the animal sanctuary. I'm sure we all feel that animal sanctuary is commendable and helps with the welfare of animals. The problem with this animal sanctuary is simply where it's located. It's located off a narrow road, rural road, and just to read from the Highways report, it says, Highways section of the report, the sanctuary is located in a rural area that has very poor sustainable transport provision, and anybody visiting the sanctuary is solely reliant on the car. The animal sanctuary had been operating its current disguise for a number of years, and the highway is not aware of any accidents or congestion due to the operation of the sanctuary, but I don't think that people do report congestion and so forth. And then it mentions about the provision of a touring caravan. The open days do, however, generate additional traffic, and although the numbers are small and spread throughout the day, the concentrated vehicle movements associated with the high number of open days in the sanctuary are considered to be detrimental to the safety and capacity of what is considered to be a narrow and rural highway network. The highway recommends that the number of days run by the sanctuary is controlled by the way of a suitable condition. Now, the thing is that this application is part and parcel of a joint application, which was DM 201/01728, which dealt with the aspect of any opening to the public. And unfortunately, that application was withdrawn, but yet the condition still allows open days. So, for example, the things like the car park and the track and the gate and the access and so forth, and the use of the sanctuary on an open basis isn't covered. Both applications made it clear that the intention was to basically create a situation where you had equivalent to Raglan Farm Park, where there is a barn and there's a cafe and there's other facilities. And my concern is this application doesn't fully deal with everything that's concerned. Highways, in relation to the other application, made it quite clear that I've never seen such a strong objection from Highways in the last 5 years that I've previously been a member of the Planning Committee, because of the nature of the road. When we went yesterday, I think it was atypical, because last year I travelled along that and basically I met 6 cars which I had to reverse because of the narrow nature of the road. I scratched my car along all of its length due to the hedgerow. Local residents are extremely concerned about the highway situation because of the fact that coaches have blocked the road for 20 minutes getting in and out of the access, and also because of the fact that even local farmers have problems because they then have to reverse with their tractor and trailer when traffic are coming along this road. Not only is there visitors, but obviously mention has been made about the, I think there's 8 staff, 5 full-time, 3 full-time and 5 part-time, 20 regular volunteers and 30 seasonal workers.
Can you wind up, please, Councillor?
Yeah, I think the thing is that Highways were absolutely adamant that you shouldn't increase the number of open days, and the statistics that they gave on this made it clear that all the sessions covered the VIP days. So if you are mindful, I would like you to defer the application because it doesn't deal with all the aspects of the centre, and the Highway said that it was premature because it didn't do that. But secondly, if you are minded to approve, please don't alter the condition to 16 open days for the public, because of the fact that the list that they provided were covering both the VIP visits, which are paid for, and all the sponsorship visits. So I would suggest 16 sessional visitor session days instead, so that it does incorporate all of those, and it wouldn't expand the use of the, increase the use intensity of the use of the centre, so that it would be in line with what the Highways recommend. Thank you.
Amy, do you want to come back on that?
Yes, thank you very much. I think I'll just make it very clear at the very beginning that the previous application has been withdrawn. This application is for the running of the animal sanctuary and for the touring caravan. It does not include any toilet facilities or any cafe or any kind of tourism activity that may be going on, like Raglan Farm Park, which was mentioned. This is a different scale of application. So what you have before you is for, like I said, the touring caravan, and for the operation of the site as an animal sanctuary for the numbers of animals that you have set out in the report. In terms of the Highways concerns, Highways have considered this application. They didn't raise any objections to the proposals in terms of traffic movements. They did identify that if this could be increased, they would like a restriction on the number of open days. That's been identified in the report and is discussed as part of the condition. So the limitation is to 16 open days per calendar year, and after some lengthy discussion, we decided that an open day is probably appropriate to identify as a day open to the general public, where numbers aren't managed as such. There are private activities that go on site in terms of pre-arranged visits, but that essentially is managed then and occupied. Cars can access the site, and there's plenty of parking on site. The level of activity going on shouldn't create significant amount of congestion or obstruction on the lane, and that's again been confirmed by the Highways officers.
Thank you, Amy. So we go to members now, and Councillor Powell.
Thank you, Chairman. I think this is a wonderful service, and it does my heart good to see these animals looked after like that, rather than checked off into the wherever. I think that having a caravan overnight is essential. You'll have an animal that is very sick and needs to be fed or given medicine every few hours, and I think that that is needed. But I can see no problems otherwise. If the visits are limited to whatever is said, I think that is a very good service, and I recommend to accept it.
Thank you for that. Councillor Payne, Emma?
Thank you, Chair. As traffic seems to be the primary concern for many members, I wondered if...
Can you talk directly into the mic, please?
As traffic seems to be the primary concern for many members, I wondered if both frequency and size of open days could be part of the conditions for its acceptance, so that, you know, the open days are...
Amy, would you like to comment on that?
Thank you.
Yeah, they're asking those questions that we discussed earlier. There's a number of reasons why we decided to actually bring it back down to general public of open days rather than overcomplicate a condition that potentially could be unenforceable and potentially covers other aspects of legislation. So that we talked about, if the open days become significant or they offer a tourist attraction, that potentially becomes another change of use and will be subject to a separate application. And environmental health will potentially be involved in those if they create a noise nuisance. The concerns generated are mainly through to the number of traffic or car movements coming in and out of the site. So some element of discussion was over, do you cap the number of visitors or do you cap the number of vehicle movements and control that element? That is very difficult to manage and potentially enforce to see exactly what's going on. But also it does come from the concern of highways, or potentially. However, like we said, there's plenty of parking on site, so cars coming into and out of site can leave without congesting the road. There is people coming in and out in the open days, not all at one time. There are throughout that day, those car movements, and the lane to the south takes you out onto the main road, so that narrow lane should clear relatively quickly. And remember that we have limited these to 16 days. That's just over one a month per year. So it was considered, for those reasons, the level of disturbance would be effectively managed through capping them through 16 general open days to the public.
Okay, thanks for that. Councillor Easton, Tony.
Do you hear me now, Chair?
Yes, Tom.
Just one question. Let me turn my other sound down on the other thing. The lady who presented says over 200 animals at the moment. There's 161 in the application. Is there an upper limit to what could be considered appropriate for the site?
I don't think you're going to be able to answer that.
No, I was just going to say the same thing. Is that, are you do referring to the number of animals that were potentially brought on site? Is that the question?
Can you answer that, please, briefly?
Yes, thank you for the question. As I said before, it's the sustainability of the sanctuary is paramount before we ever take any more animals in. So there are certain animals we will not be increasing, and those are the big, larger animals such as cows and pigs. We can take a few more sheep, hens and turkeys and ducks and goats we can increase, but we have a very, very strong restriction on the amount, and each time we get asked to take an animal, we assess exactly the impact it's going to have on the existing animals and whether the companionship and the paddocks and the space and the impact on the ecology and the whole of the sanctuary. So in answer to your question, no, it's not capped, but we look very, very, very carefully at the type of animal that we do take in. So broadly, a few more goats, chickens, turkeys, ducks, yes. Cows, pigs, no.
Okay, thank you for that. Tony, your camera is off again. Can you put it on, please? Otherwise, you won't be able to vote. Councillor Bond, Jill.
Thank you. I'd like to support the good work that's carried out at the sanctuary, especially interested in the bat rehabilitation. Really brilliant, and support the request for the caravan for sickly animals. I wonder if there's a way that if this is considered already about communication to local residents when one of these 16 occasions is being carried out. How widespread that is, and whether it could be improved so that avoidance of the road could be beneficial to everyone. Thank you.
I don't think that's something we could probably put as a condition of the consent, but the applicant is here, and I'm sure that they would want to maintain relationships with their neighbours and make them positive, and I'm sure they'd be willing to look at a management and notify neighbours of that.
The local Facebook group, I'm sure, will take care of that. Jane.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, as Councillor Bond said, that was actually going to be one of the questions that I was going to ask, especially in light of the highways concerns as to, I'm sure residents would appreciate that these open days are promoted, because it may be that they choose to therefore stay off the highway during that time. Just the other question I had was this 16 open days, that equates to at least one a month. Are the chemical toilets going to be permanent on site, or are they likely to be transported up and down the highway? Thank you.
I'm looking at the applicant here. From the discussion yesterday, it was mentioned that the toilets were brought into site for the open day and then taken away. So if I'm wrong, please contradict me.
Yes, we have them brought in to the site and then they're taken away. We have one toilet on site for the staff and volunteers, so we have a weekly contract, as we do with Monmouthshire Council, to take the bins away once a week. The toilet people come and clean and refresh the toilet, and then when we have an open afternoon or open day, they'll bring on the same delivery, so we're not clogging up the highways. They'll bring extra on our delivery day and then take them off when they come to clean our toilet again the next week.
Okay, thank you for that. Carry on, Jane.
Yeah, just in response to that, obviously you're a trust and rely on donations and things, and there's obviously a cost to having these chemical toilets brought on and off site. Just regarding sort of your business model, is that sustainable?
To have toilets put in, then that's a whole new application, because you've got to have the septic tank and all the runoff, and it's something we've looked at, and we were going to go for it, but cost-wise, we decided in actual fact for the shorter to mid-term, it is probably more cost-effective to have this, and easy, because then you've got the cleaning of the toilets. Who's going to clean them? What if they get blocked up? So it's all of the maintenance as well. So we have looked at it in the business plan, yes.
Okay, thanks for that. Are we all done on questions now, please? So we're not going to catch me out again, are you? No, that's okay. In that case, then we've got a recommendation for approval. Jill, I think you were more or less approving that. Can I have a seconder for that, Ben? Thank you. Wendy, can we have the voting bar up, please?
Sorry, Chairman, I was allowed to...
Sorry, you asked to be able to come back, didn't you?
Yeah. I'm very concerned, and I'd like the committee to reconsider the idea of 16 open days open to the public, because at the moment we got a list of visitor days, and it included the array of VIP visits, and also it included corporate days of 20 employees and so forth. So it included quite a range of things, and I think there were, over the last 18 months, there were 24 visits. So in fact, it incorporates not only the 16 would be adequate to cover all of those types of visits. And if you actually say 16 open days open to the public, then you're actually increasing and intensifying the use. So I would recommend that you say 16 paying visitor sections or visitor sessions on 16 days to make it clear what we're talking about, because I believe that everything was incorporated within the list of visitors and vehicles that was given, and I'm really, really concerned that you're going to actually increase the number of visitors by changing that wording contrary to the Highways recommendations.
Can you list what we've got, because it's fairly wide,
It is, but I think what I would say is that firstly the scale and the function of the sanctuary is going to limit to a certain degree the number of people coming in and out of the site. It is the size that it is not being applied to be increased or intensified in terms of the use. So the number of visitors will be linked to the scale of the business that's going on at the moment. And it is within members' gift to be able to reduce those numbers of open days if you feel necessary that 16 is too many. That is something that the committee could suggest to have different. However, I think we need to remember that the condition needs to be enforceable, relevant and necessary and meet these tests, which is why we had quite a lengthy discussion over it this morning, and capping numbers, caping registers, proves it quite difficult to enforce these conditions. So I'll just leave that with members then to decide whether they want to lower the number of open days, or you're happy with the numbers they are now.
Can I ask members a straightforward question? Does anybody want to pick up on that, or are you happy with the arrangements as they stand in the report? Jill, you proposed it, so.
There's other people want to speak before me, I think.
It was just me, Chair, and I was just going to say that I was happy to propose it for approval with the conditions that are currently set.
Jill?
I was going to suggest that we asked the applicant if 1 per month is a reasonable reduction.
Well, you've only had 2 in this year, haven't you? Very briefly, because we don't normally keep going back to the applicant. Can you just give us a comment on that?
The only thing is, we really only open or have open days in the summer months because of the weather conditions in Wales, and we're very exposed. So really between November and April. So we're actually only open sort of 7 months of the year. So it would be nice to be able to have the 16 or 2 a month. It would be nice, but you know, it's up to you really, I suppose.
Councillor McKenna.
Yeah, I'd just like to probably propose that actually those 16 are reduced, because if it is condensed within, say, 7 months of the year, I do feel that could have a sort of negative impact on the highways for local residents. So I think that should be looked upon and reduced.
There is an option to say that you cap it at a certain number of open days per month, so maybe 2 a month. I think we also need to recognise that the sanctuary would need to have an open day in order to generate income as well, so we don't want to restrict the business too much either.
I think there is in the list 7 events that occurred in August 2021, which is a concentration. You know, so, I mean, I don't know whether you would want to change it to 11 open days open to the public and not more than 2 in any month or something of that nature. Because
could I suggest that the exact wording of the condition could go to the delegated panel for a decision?
That would be a good idea, I think. Yeah, I'm getting approval from the committee. Right, so we're going to go to the vote. Wendy, can we have the voting ballot, please? Can you vote now, please? Tony, your camera is off again.
Chair, could I just check that we're voting for with going to the delegated panel?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Just to clarify that, we're voting to say we approve the planning application. We're just going to the delegated panel for the days. Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Powell, have you managed to vote this time? No, okay. I'm not going to take a vote off Councillor Easton because his camera's been off too much. Joe?
Yes, that's been carried.
Sorry, shall I say that again? DM 2022000696, the proposed single-storey front extension of a Rossford Landver-Discoid. We have several speakers on this, but Phil?
Yep. Thank you, Chair. So, what happened then? Let's switch that. So, planning permission is sought for the erection of a single-storey extension to the principal elevation, which is the one you can see in the slide there, of this dwelling, which is located on the outskirts, well, outside the minor village of Llanfair-Discoid. The site is not located within a development boundary, and so the proposal is subject to policy H6 of the adopted LDP, which concerns extensions to rural dwellings. So we just run through the slides. That's the front of the property, as you can see from the road leading to the village. That's it from the angle looking towards the property and the neighbour on the left-hand side. And that's also from the road, but taken further over towards the village, if you like, along the lane. And that's a similar shot of the front. And then that's the property, the pair of semis in context to the south of the village. And that's showing the location of the extension, which project from the front of the property.
Chair, it's not changing.
No, it's not moving, is it?
They're not moving, no.
Oh, it's odd. Having a few glitches today. Right, where are we? Why isn't that moving? So I seem to be on two screens, don't I? That's that. That's odd, isn't it?
Click that.
Do it again.
Do it again, yeah.
There we are. Right.
Can you hear me now, Phil?
Yes, Tony.
Right, I've shut down, started up again. Let's see how long it lasts this time.
Okay, but can you make sure you keep your camera on, please?
I'm on now, yeah. It was knocking yourself on and off, I don't know why.
Okay.
Okay, trying again. Right. No. I'll stop sharing. See if you can do it, Amy.
Maybe come out the meeting, go back in.
Come out and go in back in.
Yeah.
Look, my internet connection's gone down.
Oh, yeah, that's what it is.
How come mine's gone down? No internet. Okay. Joys of IT. I'm not in the meeting now, am I? Can people hear me? Yeah. Yeah? Okay. Right, okay. Great. So, yeah, so looking at the slides, that's the frontage of a Rosva, taken from the lane approaching the village. Oh, sorry, Amy, yeah. I was trying to move it on myself then, force of habit. That's an angled view of the frontage. And the next one is taken from the lane, but further over from the left-hand side, looking forward at the frontage. Again, from an angle, but taken further back. And that's the location of the property. As you can see, it's outside the main village built-up area, south of the village, and there's the pair of semis there. So we can just move it on, thanks, Amy. And that's shown where, in blue, where the proposed extension would go on a Rosva at the front there, and Cartrev to the north. And then the next. So that's the existing front elevation. That extension to the side was built from 2013 onwards. So that is an extension. And then there's the proposal. So it's a hip-roofed single-storey extension. You can see there, top left. The floor plan is shown below that. It's projecting out 4 metres, and it's 3.6 metres in width, eaves to 2.5 and ridged with a hipped roof rather than a pitch roof to 3.5 metres. And then you can see there's no windows on the elevation facing towards the north and the neighbouring property. There would be some bifold doors facing the other way away from the neighbouring property. So, and then there's a shading plan, which I'll come back to in a moment. So, as said, this is subject to policy H6 of the supplementary planning guidance to the local development plan. Section 3.9 states that where a dwelling that is proposed for extension is of no particular merit, or where its original character has been lost through previous unsympathetic alteration and or extension, the primary consideration in assessing any proposal will be the need to ensure that there is no significant harmful impact on the countryside through the increased size of the resulting building. It is recognised that the property has been increased by 46% when the 2-storey side extension was approved, which I mentioned earlier. The single-storey extension to the front represents a further 15%, which will increase the overall volume of the property by 61% from its original, that is prior to 2013. As the H6 guidance states, a larger volume will not normally be allowed unless it can be clearly demonstrated that either that there will be no harmful intrusive impact on the landscape through the increased size of the dwelling, or that there is an enhancement in the appearance of the existing dwelling, subject, in any event, to the increase in volume being no more than 50%. Attention should be drawn to section 3.3 of the guidance that states, any extension that will result in an increase of more than 50% in the volume of a rural dwelling will not normally be considered to comply with policy H6, unquote. It is noted that the extension will have a cumulative volume increase, as said, of over 50%, 61%. The guidance notes set out that whilst it's not normal for extensions of over 50% to be allowed, there may be some scope for development of over 50%. And as I said before, the guidance considers that where a dwelling that is proposed for extension is of no particular merit, or where its original character has been lost through previous unsympathetic alteration and or extension, the primary consideration in assessing any proposal will be the need to ensure that there is no significant harmful impact on the countryside through the increased size of the resulting building. So it must also be made clear that this document is to be used as guidance, and that policy H6 states that the extension must be subordinate to the main dwelling. So in conclusion, it's considered that the design, form, siting and appearance of the work proposed extension would be subordinate, being single-storey, relatively small, and would not have a detrimental impact on the overall character and appearance of the immediate or wider rural area. And therefore, it is considered to meet the relevant criteria of both policies DES1 and H6 of the adopted LDP. With regard to the impact on residential amenity, the proposed single-storey extension is of a modest form and is located 1 metre away from the common boundary. Concerns have been raised that the development will cause overshadowing of the adjoining property. That potential overshadowing plan on the slide there indicates the extent of overshadowing through summer, autumn and in winter. It's noted the extension will be located to the south of the neighbouring property. As the roof is hipped and the extension is single-storey, this reduces the level of overshadowing that is caused by the development. The summer drawing shows that there will be no impact on Cartrev. In the spring autumn, the plans show there will be a limited amount of shadowing to Cartrev, as you can see on the floor plans particularly. And then in the winter plan, there is potential for a limited level of overshadowing to Cartrev, but this will reduce as the day goes on, and there will be less light in any case in winter. And due to the nature of the extension and the limited impact on the neighbouring property, this is considered to be acceptable. The 45-degree rule also clearly shows that there is no loss of light caused to a habitable room. And therefore the scale of development is considered to be acceptable and no windows would overlook the neighbouring property from the proposed extension. One thing that I would leave you with to reflect on is what can be done under permitted development on the front of the property. So we talked about porches, and I know there's been comments about this being completely different to other extensions to the front of properties in the wider area, and that where there are front extensions that these are porches. Under permitted development, you could have a porch that would extend out 3 metres from the property, be 1 metre wide and be up to 3 metres high with a flat roof. So that would not be that different in terms of scale and height. In terms of a relationship with the neighbouring property than what is proposed there. So I will leave you to reflect on that comparison, which could be permitted development. So having regards to the limited scale and the location of the proposed extension, it's therefore recommended for approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. And the local ward member is me, so I shall just briefly say, because there's lots of speaking on this one, reflect that locally there is quite a bit of concern about the extent to which this extension comes out. There are plenty of examples around of porches, as Phil has said, but this is far more than a porch, and does concern people in the locality. It's also worth pointing out for the confirmation of the objector that his photographs that he sent out with the extension blanked in have been circulated to members as late correspondence. I think everybody can confirm that they've seen those photographs. Yeah, I'm getting nods around. So I shan't say any more, but I'll leave it to the Community Council now, who wish to address you. So, Councillor John, you have 4 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. It's a bit nervous talking.
Can you speak directly into the mic?
Sorry. Who would speak against the advice of a planning officer? At the Community Council, we're mindful that decisions relating to planning arise from the local development plan. And we would like to object to this with particular reference to policy H6, the extension of rural dwellings, and its supplemental guidance. In order to protect the character of the countryside, as you've heard, extensions to dwellings outside village boundaries should be modest and respect or enhance the appearance of the existing dwelling. They will be required to be subordinate to the existing building, and we can argue about subordinate. And more importantly, where the building is of a traditional nature, to respect its existing form, including the pattern and shape of openings and materials. We don't believe that this application fulfills these requirements. The guidance notes tell us that any extension that will result in an increase of more than 50% in the volume of a rural dwelling will not normally be considered to comply with Policy H6. The guidance notes also refer to extensions on dwellings of no particular merit. And we could talk about the phrase no particular merit. The Community Council would argue that this pair of houses and the others like it have merit and should be considered as traditional rural dwellings. They're not the sort of cottages that you see on chocolate boxes or gift cards, but they are a particular type of cottage, and they are particular to our local environment. They were built as part of the land settlement project in the early 1930s with money from the Carnegie Foundation and the Plunkett Trust. They are a characteristic and quite unusual feature of the locality. In Llanfair, residents of these cottages, and they were called cottages, worked in the now demolished cooperative gardens and greenhouses. They're quite similar to foresters' cottages that were built at the same time by the Forestry Commission. And examples of these particular types of cottages can be seen on both of the lanes into Llanfair, in Trewen, and on the edge of Merton Green. Under permitted development, this extension would not be allowed as it stands, which is why this application is before you. The Community Council knows that permitted development rules do not preclude a planning application, but they do believe that they give us a point of reference when considering applications, and that reinforces our feeling that we want to refuse. There's a reason why permitted rules do not allow extensions on the front of residential buildings. None of the land settlement houses in the near and extended neighbourhood have extensions on their front elevations. Some of them have been extended sideways. Those in Trewen, perhaps it's slightly more urban, have been extended behind.
You have 1 minute left, Mike.
Yeah, thank you. Some of these houses do have porches, but in the case of the porches, we think it would be correct to describe the porches as being subordinate and mainly in keeping with the original buildings. It's quite hard to see how this extension can be described as subordinate, and your photographs only show a view of the extension as you would be driving towards the village of Llanfair. The view of the proposed extension driving out of the village from the A48, as those of you who visited yesterday, is quite different. The Community Council has also noted the discussions related to the volume of the proposed development, and we're not in a position to comment on the methodology, but we are aware of the increase in volume of this cottage from the original state in 2013 is 61%. The guidance notes state that whilst it is not normal for extensions of over 50% to be allowed, there may be scope for development of over 50%. In this case, we don't believe that that is appropriate, and we recommend approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We did gather what you meant. Mr. Roderick, you have 4 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. My objections are as follows. 1, design and impact on local character, paras B, C, E and G of policy DS1 apply. This is a huge extension at the front of the house running adjacent to our boundary. It's not a porch. It extends 4 metres from the front elevation, is over half the height of the main dwelling and is just short of being 4 metres wide. Could you please see photos A? It will be nearly 16 times larger than our wooden porch, and it can be seen from the village. It is substantially bigger than extensions of nearby neighbours and similar land settlement dwellings, for example, as in Trowen. Please see photos B. Not one extension exceeds more than a metre from the front elevation, and all are no more than 3 square metres in footprint. These extensions respect local distinctiveness, complement their surrounds, and respect their history. This application does not. It is unacceptably oversized, does not enhance any architectural aspect, and fails to follow the aesthetic lines of the original dwelling. It doesn't speak the local vernacular, it harms our immediate landscape and the larger surrounding area. It is a blight on our doorstep, being the first thing that would catch the eye from the public lane. My second objection relates to amenity. Specifically, policy EP1 states extensions to existing buildings should have regard to privacy, amenity, and health of occupiers of neighbouring properties. Also, policy DES1 para D, the equalities legislation and TAN 12 apply. Our semi-lies greenbelt open countryside just like the minor village of Landfair Discoid. Land map rates the visual and sensory landscape as high and exceptional, and specifically emphasises the importance of the open, undulating quaint landscape. This amenity provides an overwhelming sense of openness and freedom. It feeds positively into our mental health and well-being. It is something we've enjoyed for 13 years, and it's been like this since the houses were built some 90 years ago. The extension will have a detrimental impact and affect this sense of well-being. When we open our front door, we will be immediately confronted by a high 4-metre wall, reducing our amenity at the front by nearly 50%. In autumn, winter, and early spring, this loss will be exacerbated by a lower sun, as we are on the north side of the wall. The loss of amenity is amplified for my wife, who relies on the use of a wheelchair. The wall will be oppressive because she's so much lower, and the quality of life she currently enjoys will be significantly reduced. In making the decision to recommend approval, planning required to make an impact assessment of the effect on people's protected characteristics. Despite this point being made, it has been ignored. My final objection relates to policy H6 and the strategic vision. All parties agree that the proposal added to the extension of 2013 would exceed the volume limit, between 61% to 71%, depending on how you use the maths are massaged. The important point is that the 50% stop is exceeded. It doesn't matter by how much. Policy H6 requires an extension to be modest, and the guidance provides a clear definition for this concept. It says a new extension is modest if it does not exceed 30% volume of the original dwelling. Where it can be clearly demonstrated there's no harmful intrusive impact on landscape, the guidance may allow some wriggle room above 30%, but it must not exceed 50%, quote. A later section applies directly to this case, stating where an extension was built after 2006, it is highly unlikely that another extension can be permitted unless those new works, added to those carried out earlier, fall within the size limit, i.e. no more than 50%. There is no explicit authority to exceed 50% anywhere in the strategy, policy or guidance, a fact ignored by planning, who must demonstrate with sound objective reasons why policy is not adhered to. But their argument for not complying with the definition relies on opinion, reference to unconnected policies, subjective discretion and interpretation of meaning. Such an argument cannot be right and flies in the face of the unambiguous definition and the clarity it provides. To prove the application would undermine the LDB strategy, explicitly solely restricting successive extensions, ignore both policy and guidelines, and would be inconsistent with the decision in 2013. I ask the application is refused.
Okay, thank you very much for that. We have the agent, so you have the floor, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon. I've been asked to represent Ted Duffield and Sheila Williams, the owners of the property. They've lived in the village for many years. Their father first moved there in 1937, and they do really appreciate, obviously, the area they live in, the landscape, and they do appreciate it. And they've always been courteous when, obviously, making improvements to the home and the landscape they live on. As you would have noticed yesterday when you went there, there's the garden is very much, it's got a very agricultural feel to it. They've got overgrown grass areas, a lot of plants, etc., and it's very rural. Originally, the first discussion when I first went to my visit, it was to put a rear extension on the back of the property, rear extension on the property. After speaking to the neighbouring party, obviously the wife has an issue with some disabilities and has very limited movement. So we discussed, and I recommended moving the extension to the front, which the two sisters agreed to overcome these issues for the neighbouring party. Again, we've come over a metre off the boundary to make sure we limit as much as we can in regards to the light loss in that area. And obviously, again, we wanted to keep the same size as what we were going to originally put on the rear of the property under political development. We feel that we've kind of keep it aesthetically in the same case as the property. Again, going for a slate look composite tile on the roof. Again, a rendered finish. And again, we've already got a bifold to the front elevation of the new extension in 2013, which we're going to keep that to keep it light and airy. Again, to keep an open feel to the gardens. I feel that the land that the actual property sits on can more than take another small extension to the front. I do understand that it overtakes the limits of the 50% rule, but in this case, I do feel that it's acceptable. The houses are small. They have got a very small footprint. So for any family looking to move to the area, they will have to increase the size of the footprint in some cases, i.e. what the Duffields and Mrs. Williams has already done. Again, their father's come to live with them last year because he's now 89 and he cannot no longer live on his own, and they are struggling with basically living space. So hence this is why they want to construct the new extension. There's a lot of development in the areas, and I do understand that it's in a rural area, but we've got to move forward as a county and welcome some movement there, I believe. Otherwise, we might lose.
You're on your last minute.
Thank you. We might lose. People might move at the area if they can't get if they can't get the extensions and things they need to do to their home to sustain their living, and again, mental health. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Phil, do you want to come back on those points? Anything there?
No, I think we'll listen to what the members have got to say, and then if I need to come back, I will.
Okay, thanks for that. In that case, then we go to members, and Councillor Bonfield, okay, FA.
Thank you, Chair. I think the applicant has been neighbourly by not putting the extension at the back of the house. I also noticed that the next door neighbour's garden was stepped up, so they can still enjoy the garden, the front garden, without the extension obstructing their views.
Okay, thanks for that. Councillor McKenna, Jane.
Thank you, Chair. Out of all the 10 applications we've got before us today, I actually found this the hardest to make a decision on. We viewed the property yesterday and looked at the overshadowing and the character of the local dwellings. I take on board the comments from the applicant and their reasons for putting the extension to the front rather than the rear of the semi-detached dwelling. Whilst I applaud their reasons to put it on the front and not on the back to protect their neighbour's view from the rear, I do feel that we need to actually look at policy, visual impact and the character rather than feelings, because in 50 or 100 years time from now, for example, long after the residents' time, these dwellings may still be in use. Could officers confirm whether the applicant could build to the rear of the dwelling under permitted development rights? I know, Phil, you did mention about the front. It seems to me that the choice here is it either goes on the front of the dwelling or the back of the dwelling if that's allowed under permitted development rights, because the applicant needs the space for their additional needs. Thank you.
Do you want to?
Would you like me to answer that?
The answer is
we just get in the precise guide, but from memory, single-storey extension to the rear of a property such as this would be you could extend back 4 metres. Correct me, anyone, if I'm wrong. Any colleagues here? It's Thank you, Andrew. Right, so it shouldn't cover more than half the area around the original house. So clearly that would still allow quite a sizable extension. The eaves height of the extension cannot be higher than the eaves height of that of the house from which extension projects. So that would be the two-storey element, would it not, Andrew? Yeah. Yeah. If your extension is located within 2 metres of any boundary of your house, the eaves height, so imagine this could be within 2 metres of the boundary with the neighbouring property. The eaves cannot exceed 3 metres, and the extension cannot be more than 4 metres long, which I mentioned earlier, projecting from the back of the house, measured from the rear wall of the original house. The extension cannot be more than 4 metres in total in height, so that would, say, be a pitched or a ridge roof. If it was a flat roof, it couldn't be more than 3 metres, because that would be where the eaves limit is. And the appearance of the materials used in the extension must, as far as practical, match the appearance of those on the existing house. So that's more of a form of how to match the materials rather than any limit on dimensions. And there shouldn't be any verandas, raised platforms, roofs, terrace or balconies. And it's not on the principal elevation of the house, which obviously the rear wouldn't be. So I hope that summarises. So it's 4 metres out, 3 metres to eaves, 4 metres total height. Thank you. Sorry, if it's within 2 metres of the boundary, it would be
3 metres to eaves.
3 metres to eaves.
Okay, thanks, Phil. Councillor Bond, Joan.
So can I understand that then, that they don't have to get planning permission if they build to the back of those
If they were
dimensions?
within those limitations, then no, it wouldn't need planning permission. It might need building regulation approval, but they wouldn't look at impact on neighbour. They would look at how it's designed, how it's built in terms of construction, etc.
Thank you. So would it be possible, I wonder, to ask the neighbours which one they prefer, out the front or out the back? Is that possible?
That puts him in an awkward position. Yeah, I think we'll ask Craig to come in on that one.
Thank you, Councillor Bonds. I think what members need to remember is that in terms of looking at permitted development, what can happen on the rear, there are certain developments that can happen under permitted development, but what's in front of members today is a single-storey extension on the front elevation. It's not about what... That's the application you're looking at. You're looking at it based on the planning merits of whether that development is acceptable. The officer's report outlines the rationale as to why planning officers are of the view that it is acceptable and meets the requirements and meets the policy criteria. You've heard from the Community Council and from the objector today. I think what members now need to do is make a decision as to whether this development which is in front of you is acceptable or not. If the applicant wanted to come in with an application for permit development or another type of development, that would be for another day. I think we need to remember that, is this single-storey extension acceptable to you as members, as members of the planning committee? And ultimately that's the decision that needs to be made today.
I think that's a very well-worded response to that one, Craig. Councillor McConnell, so.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. I just wanted to, so when we went to the site visit yesterday, I was quite struck by how big that blank wall on the extension would appear from the neighbouring side. We talked about it, discussed it, and talked about potential softening with vegetation and things. And then I looked at the, this is a technical question though, about the shading. So the diagrams of the shading that we saw, which is useful and did concern me, that's midday. That shading is calculated at midday, is that right? So for the rest of the day, the angle would be lower. Could you explain that a bit, please? Phil, maybe.
Sorry, Amy, are we able? Yeah. Right, lovely.
Sorry, so I've just butted in again. So looking at those top diagrams, for instance, it would seem that the shading doesn't sort of oppress the neighbouring house, but if that's at midday, for the majority of the day, the angle would be lower. Yeah, so what we're looking at is best case scenario, yeah. Is that right?
Yeah, that's primarily an issue in the winter, isn't it? I don't think it's going to be an issue in the summer. And I think the point we're trying to make is that there are fewer windows that are affected on the front of the neighbouring property as well than potentially there could be at the back, for instance. And that the design of the proposed extension has been designed in a manner with its roof that reduces its impact. It also needs to be borne in mind that you could put a 2-metre high wall along certainly the immediate part of the curtilage next to the neighbouring property without planning permission, so 2-metre brick wall or fence along there, which would also have a shading effect regardless of building that extension there. So that's something that needs to be borne in mind.
Okay, Councillor Pell, Maureen.
Thank you, Chairman. I've thought about this a lot. It's a very difficult one, but I think we're just looking at it on the front, and we've got to say whether we think that is suitable or not. I mean, you're bound to compare it front or back. You can't help it because it's going to affect people. And to my way of thinking, if they had put it out the back, I think it would be hampering the lady more when she likes to sit in her chair and look at the view. I don't know how much she would sit in her chair at the front of the house. So I think actually myself that I would go with it and propose that we accept the front of the house. We have to accept the planning as it's put forward to us today, the extension at the front. Sorry.
Okay, Councillor Easton, Tony.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I've settled down now, I think, a little bit. Looking at the plans, did the applicant take pre-planned advice on this particular aspect of the extension? Because the way I see it is the proposed extension is leading into a hallway. So why had they taken pre-planned advice and assumed it's got to go on the front of the house rather than the back of the house? Why didn't they give them advice to attach it to the kitchen, which is on the other end of the building, which then wouldn't cause, in my mind, a problem to the next door neighbours? To have this extension into the hallway means they got to reconfigure the house in some shape or form. So I don't like these extensions on the front of houses where they're going to affect people immediately directly attached to them or to them. But if this was moved to the other end, to the kitchen end, would that sort of pre-planned advice would that have been acceptable? Thank you, Chair.
Do you want to answer that now, Phil?
I can't tell you offhand whether they've had pre-application advice, but this is obviously the scheme before us. This is what is proposed and what the applicants would like to build. So we're having to look at it on its merits.
Yeah. Okay, good question, but you're right, obviously. Councillor Dale.
Thank you, Chair. My only concern with this is the visual changes that you're going to see as you're driving up the road. This is going to change the vernacular of the neighbouring property. We're very lucky that there's a large gap between those two properties and the rest of the village, because that gives you a bit of a break from the existing vernacular for the main village. So, but I still have concerns that this is going to change the vernacular of that street. Once you start having developments on the front of properties that are acceptable, then I'm concerned that there will be a flurry of similar kind of developments for other houses within the area. You're setting a precedence that I don't think is necessary. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Dale. Does any other member wish to speak? I've got nobody else on my list. Okay, there's been a recommendation from officers for approval. Is anybody prepared to propose approval? Councillor Powell, does anybody want to second that approval? On the basis of that, is it that the case that somebody wants to recommend refusal?
would recommend refusal.
I'll recommend refusal, Chair.
Sorry, you're right. So Councillor Rooker's recommended refusal. Councillor Easter has seconded that.
Thank you.
Wendy, can we have the voting function up, please? Craig?
Can I just ask members to confirm what the reasons for refusal would be as well, in terms of refusing the planning application?
Does anybody want to...
Well, impact on the immediate property next door. Also, the fact that it's standing out from the building as it stands, and in line with the actual road into Llanfairpwllgwyngyllgoed, it would be obtrusive, you might say. Whereas if it was adjusted on another section of the building, it might look different. So that's my thoughts. I don't like it what it is.
So, Chair, if I can. So, members, it would be based on the visual impact on the principal elevation of the dwelling, which would have a harmful impact on the locality, and also the potential impact on the neighbouring properties as well. Is that what you're proposing, Councillor Eason?
That sounds good.
Does anybody consider that it's overdevelopment in terms of the percentage of the overall increase? I'm only put that one in because I've heard it mentioned locally.
Yes, I consider it overdevelopment.
So that's a point that Councillor Wood wants to bring up. I know that's subjective, Craig, but that's okay. On the basis of that, we've got the voting bar up. So can I ask everybody to vote no, please?
No, we're voting against, aren't we, Phil?
You're voting. You're voting against if that's what you wish to do.
Right. Okay.
Anybody who doesn't can obviously vote for or abstain.
Yeah, we haven't changed the question around then. Okay.
Tony, have you voted?
Yes, I voted, Chair.
You voted, okay.
Yeah. It's working well at the moment. I was wrong earlier.
Yeah, we've got 13 up.
Let me try again on the other phone. It says its response has been accepted.
It's all right. It's clear anyway. Joe, do you want to?
Yeah. So that's against.
Okay, so the application is refused. It'll come back.
Yeah, it'll need to come back.
It'll come back
for reasons to be endorsed.
Yeah, to the October meeting for reasons for refusal. Councillor Webb, Anne? Can you put your microphone on, please?
It's really good to see somebody from the Community Council here representing the community. Really, really appreciate it. I was one of the members originally that tried to encourage this years and years ago. And it's a shame that we don't have more representation from Community Councils. We really appreciate you coming today. Thank you.
Yes, thanks, Anne. Right, well, we're now going to revert to the original agenda. I suggest that if we will be still going at 5 o'clock, we'll have a comfort break then. So let's see if we can make some progress on what are supposed to be the easier ones. But I you know, it's always difficult to say, isn't it? So we're now into Park Farm, which is DM 2021 00691. The change of use of an agricultural barn to B1 light industrial office, including replacement cladding. It's intended for the building to be used as premises for producing a small range of organic fermented apple cider vinegar drinks and tonics, and fermented condiments aiming to improve natural gut health. So that's at Park Farm in Llanfairpwllgwyngyllgoed. And Andrew, you've got that one.
Oh, yes.
I'm sorry, could we have a short break sometime, perhaps after this one?
I was going to suggest, I suggested it at 5 o'clock, but do you particularly want one now? Yeah, okay. Yeah, we will have one after this one, or at 5 o'clock, whichever is the more appropriate. Andrew, on you go.
All right, thank you, Chair. I'll just wait for the presentation to come up on the screen for you now. Chair, you've just given a...
Oh, sorry, am I supposed to be doing it?
No, I can try again. But my internet was cut off, that's all.
Yeah.
That's why nothing's
Try again.
happening.
If you can't, I will.
Right.
Sorry, I was busy. There we go. There we go.
There we go. Just members, I just wait for us to arrive on the right slide. So yeah, Chair has already given us the full description, so I won't repeat that for you. But I will just confirm the reason this application is before you today. It's due to the number of representations submitted exceeding the threshold of 5 households. So this is the site. It's on the sort of western outskirts of the village of Llangibby, along Park Road. And I'll just quickly go through the slides, particularly for benefit of those that weren't at the site. So this is taken from the access looking down Park Road back towards, if you're travelling back into the village. That's the sort of access opening there from that carriageway, and that's looking back up towards it as if you're looking away from the village. Sort of slightly rises, and then it falls. Then the site itself is set quite a bit lower actually than the carriageway, and that's the surface that takes you there to the buildings. And this building, it's primarily in shot there, the smaller, very shallow pitched building, is the building that's subject of this application. So that's a view then as it looks inside, and it looked as per that yesterday on site. And then just quickly, that's just confirming the application site there. So you can see it's the smaller of the two buildings with the existing entrance and track leading into it. So these are the existing elevations of the building, so you're noting the particularly sort of shallow roof pitch, and the proposed plans show how it would be with recladding. So, as noted, this is change of use from agricultural use to a B1 use, and it's specific B1 use. So it's proposed to be used as part of a diversified business that's known as Trust Your Gut, and the enterprise requires dedicated premises for producing a small range of organic fermented apple cider drinks and tonics, which is aimed at improving natural gut health. So the proposed business use is in association with the existing farm business and is looked at as part of an agricultural diversification. Now, your officer's report will provide a detailed overview of the proposal and its compliance with policies RE2 and RE3, so I won't repeat those, but officers are satisfied that this would represent agricultural diversification and would not prejudice the longer-term or continued longer-term agricultural use of Park Farm. In respect of visual impact, as you'll note from the drawings, the building in its current form is in a slightly sort of tired appearance, and its recladding will actually improve the external appearance of the building. It's within the established cluster of modern style farm buildings, and also officers are satisfied that there wouldn't be any wider adverse visual impact as a result of the development. In terms of highway safety and that associated with the change of use, this does not include any retail or heavy industry, and therefore the proposed increase in traffic generated by this new use is not considered to be excessive. The traffic numbers and distribution of vehicle movements is at officer level considered to be reasonable. The size of delivery vehicles that would require access to and from the proposal are like those vehicles that would require access to the site's extant use, such as feed and livestock lorries, etc. So it's not considered to bring about such an acceptable increase in volume, traffic, and issues of highway safety. And furthermore, improvements to the existing access shall be conditioned that would require these to be undertaken before the use commences. So it would bring the existing access back into a higher standard. In terms of any third-party amenity consideration as a result of a change of use, you'll note in the report there are opening hours considered that are fairly reasonable hours that wouldn't involve any late-night working, as well as managing the use specifically to that proposed, and would mean that any other use classes that fall within the B1 category, offices or other light industrial, would require the benefit of planning permission, and obviously any impact of those could then be considered at that time. But having regard to the specific use and its hours and scale of operation, we are satisfied that it would not result in an acceptable harm to any third-party amenity. So, in conclusion, subject to those conditions in the officer's report, it's presented to members with a recommendation for approval.
Thank you, Andrew. We've got no speakers on this, so we'll go straight to members, and Councillor Bonfield. Faye.
Thank you, Chair. As member of the ward, I would just like to assure the committee that I have noted objections regarding traffic on Park Road. Whilst I don't agree these can rationally be held up against this application, I have taken these objections up with an officer in highways, and signage on Park Road is going to be upgraded and installed within the coming weeks. I am viewing this application with an open mind and will make my decision after hearing the committee's views.
Thank you for that. You did have 4 minutes if you needed it, but yeah. I was just going to thank you for your brevity. Maureen.
Thank you, Chairman.
Can you speak into the mic, please, Maureen? Because they couldn't hear you at the back last time.
Oh, so sorry. Thank you very much, Chairman. Following on from Councillor Faye, I think there were some people concerned about lots of vehicles coming there and lots of big vehicles coming there. But speaking yesterday to the owner there, she said the only vehicles that would be going away, they do send their products away by post, and just twice a week a van would collect these packages and take them away, and there wouldn't be any great big lorries delivering or taking anything away, because all the apples is grown on the farm, so they're not bringing loads of apples in there, they're there already. So it's only the finished products that would be going away in boxes to those people that are buying them. So I think the traffic is not going to be a problem, and I recommend I propose it to be accepted. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McKenna. Jane?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Andrew, for the presentation. On our site visit yesterday, we saw the highway leading to the property and also the building that the business is proposed to be in. The barn is of low visual impact and is already existing, and thus no major works are required on site, which would affect biodiversity or the visual impact. If anything, I feel the cladding and design will enhance the area, as noted in the officer's report. I note the objections from residents regarding the highway. However, visibility is clear when entering and exiting the site, and anything outside this curtilage, I believe, is beyond the scope of the application. If anything, vehicle size and volume is likely to be decreased. The building could be farmed intensively, with noise, increased phosphates, and an increased volume of tractors, trailers, and large farm machinery accessing the highway, which in my eyes would be more detrimental than what the applicant is proposing. The business is an established one. It is producing profit and therefore proving its sustainability. I therefore have no reason to believe the business plan will fail and the site will fall into disrepair. Therefore, I welcome this application within Monmouthshire, which supplies a unique product and hopefully will help to put Monmouthshire on the map. I believe that it will help the local economy grow. Therefore, I second what Maureen has said and propose that this application is approved. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that. Councillor Bond, Jill?
I just want to say, really like the idea and what's going to be undertaken there. Just looking at some of the objections or some of the suggestions people made, and we've talked about the size of vehicles and the number of vehicles possibly decreasing. Another thing was mentioned was security lighting, just to make sure that that doesn't have impact on neighbouring properties. Any lighting that's undertaken for the application, that covered, is it?
Yeah, so can I just come in? That's an excellent point. And there is a condition in terms of removing permitted development rights in respect of lighting. So any lighting that was required would have to come back to us to consider in terms of both biodiversity and any sort of foraging bats, as well as impact on third parties. But given the operating hours that are conditioned, perhaps unlikely, but that there is that condition to manage that if lighting was needed.
Okay, thanks for that. Faye, you were trying to... No, okay. Then Councillor Payne, Emma.
Hi, yeah, I just wanted to say that I think it's unlikely that traffic would be increased, being as it was once a dairy farm. It seems likely, I'm speaking to the owner yesterday, that the traffic would be decreased, and obviously phosphates would be reduced as well, as it was once a dairy farm. Personally, I'd like to see solar panels included in the designs to further improve its environmental credentials. But apart from that, I'd like to recommend approval. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Dale.
Thank you, Chair. Pretty much everyone else has already said what I was going to say. I think this is a small-scale development of this site. Understanding also the concerns of the neighbours with regards to the traffic. The road has a limit, weight limit on it of 7.5 tonnes, so nothing bigger than that would be able to access the site. So again, as much the same as everyone else has said, so I think this is a small development and should be approved. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that. And Councillor Hells, Marianne.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I should have declared an interest in this earlier. So the applicant is a friend of mine, so if I can declare that interest.
Okay, thanks for letting us know. There's nobody else wishing to speak. Councillor Pell proposed approval. We had a seconder. I think it was put it down as Jane. So Wendy, can we have the voting function up, please?
So, Councillor Howells, you're abstaining. Are you abstaining from the vote? Yeah.
So I record that on.
Yeah, there's a form here. I'll give it to you.
Can you all submit your votes now then? And we've got 12. We've got 13.
So that's been carried.
Okay, thank you for that, everybody. We now go on to...
Are we not having that break, Chair?
Oh yeah, well yeah.
Well, because Jill's waiting.
I was hoping to get to 5 o'clock, but no, all joking. Yeah, so we're going to start again at 10 to 5. Okay, back by 10 to 5, please.
you hear me, Joanne? Joanne?
Hi, Tony.
Yeah, on the next item, I'm a member of the Police and Crime Panel, so I got to close mine on the next application, so I won't vote. It's because this has gone through the Police and Crime Panel, fully supportive of it. Unless you feel I can vote, I don't think I need to vote, but there we are. I definitely support it. I got to close mine.
Yeah, so he's been appointed. You've been appointed by the council.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can vote, can't you? Sure.
So and it's, sorry, the police and crime
Panel, yeah.
panel.
You know, that's 5.
And this is the police station application, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. It's gone through the panel a few times. We've fully supported it, so my mind's closed, full stop.
But you haven't got you're appointed by the council.
It's not prejudicial, really, is it?
Oh, it's not prejudicial. No. It's entirely up to you.
Okay, if it's not prejudicial, it's just personal, I'll vote.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, as long as you're happy with that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, right on. All right, Phil.
Thanks.
It's a council appointment, isn't it?
Did you get that last conversation, Wendy?
Sorry, what was that, Tony?
That conversation on the next item is personal non-prejudicial interest.
Right, personal, non-prejudicial.
Yeah, I'm a member of the Police and Crime Panel.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, I'll fill a form and send it to you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Have you got a form?
Yeah, I got some, yeah.
Super.
Are we all done then, folks? Settle down. Are we recording, Wendy? Are we recording?
Yeah.
Right, okay. Right then, so we'll move on to DM 2021-02037, which is proposed change of use of agricultural land to provide an access track to Roseham Cottage, Lane End Cottage and Wisewood, and that's at Bignap Wood Lane, Caravan, the North, Monmouth. That one's being presented by Andrew again, so over to you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah, so this is a site just in Caravan, just to the south of the North, and as with the previous application, it's with you as there's objections from 5 or more households. So you can see on screen now, this is a view of the existing means of access into the dwellings, the 3 dwellings that would be served by the proposal. Moving on to the next slide. This is a sort of a section of that lane which indicates the narrowness of it, which in part has prompted the need for this as an alternative. So if you just move on to the next slide. So you can see that almost directly above where that Google Street arrow is, that's where the new entrance would commence. Going and then would fall through that land there. So on to the next slide, please, Phil or Amy. So this shows 4 typical examples of points across where the track would go that would serve the dwellings. And then we should be onto the drawings then. So the red line you can see on screen now is the extent of the track. The existing is to the south of that. I think there's not sure there's an annotation on there, but Philip, perhaps you could show on the cursor that it's that directly to the south, which forms the existing arrangement. And this would serve the properties Roseham Cottage, Lane End Cottage, and Wisewood. So going on to the next drawing, I'll show it at a better scale. So the proposed track would be 2.7 metres wide across a field and through a small woodland. So the extent from the house to the woodland would be constructed with 2 1-metre wide strips of grass protection mesh with a 0.7 grassed area splitting them as a twin track. The extent of the track that crosses the grassland would be 0.9 metre wide gravel tracks with a 0.9 metre wide grassed area, and that construction would use 250mm stone over a geotextile membrane. So if we just move through the slides to the entrance apron. So at the entrance, the gates would be set back 6 metres from the highways to allow a car to exit the carriageway. We'll have visibility displays of 26 metres to the north and 17 metres to the south. So in terms of officers' consideration of this, it's noted, as I suggested previously, that the need for a new access track here has been prompted by the narrow width, which is only 2.3 metres, of the existing. To widen this, not only is it highway, but would result in loss of vegetation, etc. And officers are accepting in principle that a new track to serve the 3 dwellings is appropriate, and that will be suitable for large and modern vehicles, including not only the domestic vehicles of the occupants, but also delivery vehicles and emergency vehicles. In respect of visual impact, it is acknowledged that the site's within the Wye Valley AONB, but the proposal takes the form of a twin tyre track, as I noted earlier, with a grass section maintained through the middle, and therefore was considered an appropriate and low-impact solution given the rural nature of the setting, and would not appear overtly domestic or engineered.
Furthermore, a detail of soft landscaping is within the listed conditions of the officer's report that would further assist the track to assimilate into the landscape. So given the modest scale of the development and its discrete location within mature vegetation, officers are satisfied that the proposal would preserve the character of the wider AONB. It's obviously an ecologically rich site. An additional survey work has been provided during the course of the application following consultations with our in-house ecologists. And whilst the works would result in the small loss of an area of woodland glade habitat, there are enhancement measures proposed, and this would include creation of habitat piles, etc. So enhancement measures on the grassland have been detailed in the survey work that would include late summer cut and a removing of the mowing regime, seeding the meadow, crucially also removing Japanese knotweed and planting of new fruit trees along the southern boundary. So with that in mind and subject to the conditions to secure this, including control of lighting, as well as a construction environmental management plan, the development would accord with the requirements of policy NE1. In respect of third-party amenity, if we could just move back to the layout of the track. The track would pass close to the residential property of Ashley Cottage. However, you can see there that this has been designed so that its closest point, it does sweep away from this property and would lessen the impact of vehicles using the track on it. Officers are satisfied that there would not be an unacceptable of noise or disruption, therefore, to the third party. Finally and importantly, to highway safety, as noted, the existing track that serves these properties is below current highway standards, and the track itself is an unclassified public highway. That's Big Snap Wood Lane. So the applicant has provided further details of the entrance arrangement, including how they've demonstrated the visibility displays, and they've also provided a passing bay, which is considered appropriate as this would be serving 3 properties. In response to this, colleagues in Highways do not offer any objection to the proposal. The development would provide an improvement to the residents of the 3 dwellings and would not adversely impact on highway safety of other users of the highway network. So, therefore, subject to the detailed conditions in the officer's report, the proposed new track is recommended to you with a recommendation for approval.
Thank you, Andrew. We've got no public speakers, but Jane, this is your ward.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Andrew, for the presentation. As Phil has mentioned, this is within my ward of Mitchell, Troy and Trellick United in the area of Penifan. Unfortunately, members were unable to visit the site yesterday, but I did visit the site last week. The area it is within an AONB. However, it cannot be seen from vantage points due to the topography of the land and also the fact that much of the track is either screened by trees and hedgerows. Furthermore, much of the track will run through an area of woodland which is on private land. From looking at the site last week, I don't believe that any trees will actually have to be felled because there's a natural track that runs through that woodland. The only property, as Andrew has mentioned, which could be affected is Ashley Cottage. However, the track runs to the side aspect of the dwelling and therefore it should not be greatly visually impacted upon. I noted that the existing driveway down to the 3 properties is narrow, extremely narrow, with overhanging large trees and a solid stone wall either side of the entrance, which large vehicles would struggle to access. Indeed, I have a large vehicle myself, been a long wheelbase van, and I didn't go down there for the fear that I wouldn't be able to get down and around the corner. All 3 of the residents who live in the 3 properties down the track are over the age of 70 and therefore probably more likely to need assistance of an ambulance. On speaking to one of the residents who lives in one of the properties, I was advised that recently he did actually require the assistance of an ambulance and he had to be stretchered from his property down the track, which is several hundred metres, in order to get to the road where the ambulance was. I could see how the existing track could not be accessible for ambulances or fire engines in the event of an emergency, and therefore a new track would be necessary. I was also shown where the cesspit lorry had to actually go down and around the proposed track because they couldn't get down the track to empty the cesspit. So again, that would be another reason for this track. In light of the above, I cannot see any reason to refuse this application, but obviously I'll remain to keep an open mind and open up the discussion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jane. Emma?
Thank you, Chair. I was just going to say, considering the negative impact on the local landscape and the objection from MCC's biodiversity officer, would it be wise to wait until we have a response from the AONB officers before we make a decision? Thank you.
Andrew, do you want to comment on that? If they had something to say, they would have done it.
Yeah, it's disappointing that we haven't had a comment to date from the AONB office. However, I think as officers, you know, we're confident in our assessment, subject to those conditions, that the impact and the requirements of the LDP policy in respect of the Wye Valley AONB wouldn't be compromised. And I echo some of the comments of the ward member in terms of this would be quite low impact and would go through areas of woodland where, from wider vantage points, it would be very difficult to see the engineering works that are undertaken in regard of this track. Similarly, there's condition on there in regards to lighting, which would again, if not controlled, could domesticate the area, enhance it as an engineering operation. So we're satisfied. Yes, it would have been ideal to have had comments from the Wye Valley office. But given the scale of development, and consultation with our own landscape officer and ecology officers and our assessment as officers, we're satisfied that the visual impact can be properly considered without their input.
Thanks, Andrew. Does anybody else wish to speak on this one? No? Yeah, Craig?
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. Just for Councillor Bryn's satisfaction, the biodiversity officer hasn't objected to the planning application. There was further ecological information submitted at a later date, and that has overcome their concerns, subject to the conditions that are outlined in the report. So our biodiversity officer isn't objecting. Their original concern has been overcome. And I agree with what Andrew said in relation to the AONB office. I think we've given them time to make a comment, and unfortunately they haven't at this stage.
Thanks, Craig. Anne?
Thank you. If Jane is recommending approval of this application, can I second that, please, Chair?
Okay, thank you for that. Nobody else wishes to speak, so can the voting bar go up, please, Wendy? Can everybody vote now, please? Yeah, well, have you voted, Tony? Yeah, okay.
Yep, I voted.
Yeah, we got 14 up now.
So that's been carried.
Okay, approved, thank you. So the next one is DM 2022-00492, the construction of the police station at Abergavenny. It's at Land Foist on the roundabout there. And Phil.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. Yes, so this is one we visited yesterday. Members will probably be familiar with the site, even if you haven't been there. It's off the slip road, off the Heads of the Valleys road, and you've got the commercial development to the southeast of that slide there, which is the hotel, Costa Coffee, the Brewers Fayre pub and restaurant, and McDonald's, and you've also got the nursing or residential care home as well in that development and housing down to the south. So this is a surplus piece of land. It's got a balancing pond within it, which is not being affected by this development, and a pylon, and there's a potential access onto the B road. Well, there is a proposed access onto the B road here, but the main access would be off the roundabout as you come off the slip road, and then before you carry on onto the main roundabout, and then onto Llanfoist, to the north, Waitrose, and to the south Llanfoist itself. So development would be in this southern part of the site. That's looking across at the site. There's a sort of stockpile of material which would be removed, and obviously the site would be levelled out so that the development can take place. That's looking where we parked yesterday off the roundabout, and there is a debate about the length of setback before the fence starts for the proposed police station. The station itself would be in this area here in front of the pylon on the flat area there. And then that's looking back the other way from within the site back to where we've just seen those cars parked, and then that's the hotel there, and then that's the Brewers Fayre restaurant pub. And then that's looking back over towards the Heads of the Valley Road, and the residential development on the other side of the road to the north. And that's looking at the lagoon, if I can call it that, which does fill up in wetter times and is potential habitat for great crested newts. And then that's looking at the developable part of the site where that sort of earth is, if you like. And then that's looking to the south where there's a tree screen which will be retained. So the site is edged in. It's not actually edged in red, it's in this area here, just to the north of that red edge. That's the topography of the site. That shows the balancing pond, which will remain. And then that's perhaps a better slide showing the contextual where the police station building is proposed, access of the roundabout, setback where the fence and gates will go, and parking area, and then a through route emergency access to access out onto the B road where necessary. That's a modern design, it's contemporary design. There's no, if you like, distinctive architectural style in the area. It's very modern, and there are commercial developments in the area, such as McDonald's, Costa, etc. So it is taking its own style in effect. It's a contemporary design with vertical emphasis formed by the fenestration, monopitch roof. There will be PVs on the roof to help its sustainability credentials, and its materials have been amended following discussions with officers, and as a result of concerns from the civic society as well. It was going to be quite a dark building, which we'll see in one of the slides. We've got it lighter with buff brick towards the base and lighter grey cladding above. Entrance will be on the west elevation, so you'll be able to see it legibly as you come into the site. So sorry about the quality of the slides, not brilliant, but you get the idea that it'll be a sort of lighter shade of brick below, and then grey, that's grey cladding rather than a cream cladding above. And the PVs will be on the roof. That was the original design, which was considered to be quite austere, and it did attract some comment from the Design Commission for Wales when it was referenced to them, and it was decided to make it a bit more sympathetic, the building. It would be toned down following officers' discussions with the applicant. So that's it in context, the pylons behind, and the balancing pond below it. Again, showing some similar arrangement. And then that's a summary of the main issues. So it's actually been advertised as a departure because when the local development plan was originally drafted, the Heads of the Valleys road hadn't been completed. Actually, I'm not sure it actually been started when the actual development boundary of Llanfoist was actually drafted. So this area was, part of it is outside the development boundary, part of it's within open countryside. So it's technically a departure to the development plan, which is why it's before you. But I think, as you can see from the photos and having been there yesterday, it's clearly a brownfield opportunity on the edge of a business park. And it's clearly, if we were drafting the settlement boundary now, it would be drafted in a completely different way to how it is in the LDP. So we think it's a perfectly appropriate form of development in this location. It's been designed to provide a presence, particularly from the Heads of the Valleys Road, and as you've seen in the report, it's there to act as almost like a deterrent to some of the criminal element who use the Heads of the Valleys Road to traffic things like drugs. So it's there, very much there as a presence to deter criminal activity. It won't function as a normal police station where the public can actually come in and arrive at the station unannounced. It's very much by, if you like, request and appointment only. So if you're actually accessing the facility, you'll either have a pass to get in, as the staff will, or there'll be an intercom at the entrance off the roundabout, and you'll be buzzed in to park and then come into the interview rooms to meet the police there. One of the issues is regarding the access and how far the fence needs to be set back from the roundabout, and that still hasn't been resolved. As you see from the report, there's a debate as to whether it's between 12 metre setback as it's shown on the current layout, or up to 18 metres back from the roundabout. And as a result of that, because we haven't quite bottomed that out with the Welsh Government Trunk Roads Agency, we're requesting that if members are minded to support this application, that they grant officers permission to, if you like, agree the finalised scheme with the delegation panel. That might, if it's a bigger setback, involve the building and the car parking layout changing ever so slightly, but it wouldn't prejudice any third party. We're talking about centimetres of change rather than metres, so that's hence why we've suggested, rather than bring it back to committee, that it's agreed via the delegation panel, given the scale of change. There's ecological mitigation proposed, as set out in the report, new tree planting, and it ticks the boxes in terms of sustainability, in terms of location, and offering PVs on roof and EV charging points within the parking areas. So it's fully supportable in that respect. There was a query about whether we could secure active travel route from the site. It's a slightly complicated picture in that the roads are adopted by the Trunk Road Agency in that area, so there would have to be involvement with Welsh Government Highways. That's something that could happen, and we're not saying it shouldn't happen, but I think we'd rather add that as an informative so that it doesn't hold up the development of this proposal while those issues are discussed. But it's something that's certainly laudable, but we think that can be covered under condition, under informative rather than condition, given the need to get this development started in a timely manner. So we would recommend approval, subject to the conditions in the report, and that informative regarding active travel, potentially improving the route there where the applicant has control to do so. The only other thing is condition 8 is a pre-commencement condition for a construction traffic management plan. That's now been agreed by Highways as a CTMP been submitted. Highways are happy with it, so that can be a compliance condition, condition 8, rather than a pre-commencement condition. So we'd recommend approval. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Phil, and I think that's sensible with regards to the active travel, because at least it'll be a joined-up exercise then. Who was the local member there? I thought it was you. Ben, do you want to come in now?
Thanks, Chair. if I had a magic wand to get a new police station in Abergavenny, this one probably wouldn't be it, because it's not a complete police station, but it's definitely an improvement to improve the facilities in the area. So I fully support it, and I really think the location is a good one. Phil mentioned, it's highly visible, and that piece of land at the moment is pretty much derelict apart from the pond. So, and I'm glad to see the ponds being retained. One comment I would make, and I'm not sure that we'd have any control of that, is the height of the fence and the fact it's hard against the pavement means that people moving from that area, especially from the estate at Fort St Foist, from which that's the route into Abergavenny, might make it seem a little bit inhospitable with a, 2.4 metre high fence hard against the pavement. I don't know if that's something that we could discuss, but aside from that, I really support this proposal, and it'd be great if the committee could approve it. Thank you.
Anybody want to come in on the fence before I go through members?
Carry on.
Yeah, I'll carry on. You can come in after. So, Tony.
Thank you, Chair. And yes, this application has been in the making for some years. I'm a member of the Police and Crime Panel, and I'm making a personal non-prejudicial interest. The Gwent Police and Crime Panel of five communities, 5 councils, have approved this application. And as I say, it is part of the upgrading of the estate of the police. We've got the new one in Lanfrecfor. We've got one a bit older than that in Ystrad. This is part of the hub, and as Phil says, it's strategically placed by one of the main highways into Wales to try and deter the crime that does come in from the Midlands. There is, hopefully, in the future, a similar estate on the south of the county for the M4 and the M5 area. So as a member of the panel, I've supported this, and I support it here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Jill?
Hi, thanks, Chair. I applaud the inclusion of the active travel consideration. Thank you very much for that, for not just the people, the police, obviously, but also the people working in the hotel. Phil's not listening anyway. Hotel and restaurant. I just wonder, those the trees that were on the border with is it the garage on the south side? Are they going to be retained? I wonder, because it's not on that map, on that plan. If you look at the pictures, there's trees bordering on the yes, or does it say garage on one of the plans?
Yeah, most of those trees, councillor, are actually off-site, so they're actually in the adjoining property, and the ones to the northwest as well are outside the site as well. So there's no prospect of them being cut down as a result of this proposal. Okay.
Okay, that clears out that.
Could I just mention the fencing?
Yeah,
it's 2.1 metres weld mesh. If the local member wishes, we can bring details of that when we agree the panel access issue, and he can be involved in that particular
yeah, that'd be great. That'd be great, thanks.
Element of the proposal, yeah.
Yeah, we'll certainly look at that. Sue.
Thank you, Chair. Something I didn't think of yesterday is, can that be seen from the top of the Blorenge? I know that it's quite plain and it's not on the same scale, but there's nothing worse as you come down, I think it's the B4598, than the view of Neville Hall. It is. It's just something I didn't think of yesterday, that's all. Okay.
I think you'll see it, but you'll see it in context with all the other development around it. Like the hotel will be much higher than it, for instance, and there'll be a backdrop of the trees behind it as well, which will frame it. So I think you see it in, and then you've got Llanfoist itself over the other side of it. Okay. So I think you have to look at it in context.
Thank you.
It'll be very small compared to the buildings around it anyway, won't it? Jane.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Phil, for the presentation. As we saw yesterday, the site has pylons either side of it and therefore has probably limited uses. I think this application will enhance the area as it is derelict, as Ben has said. The siting of the station appears to be perfect for what it is intended to be used for. I would fully support this application and also suggest that we grant permission to the delegated panel to finalise the entrance to the site. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. And I've got nobody else wishing to speak. I'll take that as a proposal to approve. Can I have a seconder, please? Maureen, okay. There's two more coming up now. Emma?
It's okay. I was just going to suggest that we approved it and ran an active travel investigation in parallel. Thank you.
Dale?
Thank you, Chair. I'm not against this application. I'm only sorry, as some of the other members have suggested, that it's not a publicly accessible police station. The thing that was pleasing for this was the balancing pond, attenuation pond, has been looked at as a whole with a neighbouring pond that's a few hundred metres away. That is a breeding site for greater crested newts. Having that management plan in place for that site gives me a bit more confidence in approving this application on the environmental biodiversity side of things. So it's pleasing to see that they are looking at the site as an extension of the existing lake. So, yeah, I think that's really forward thinking. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thanks, Dale. And of course, the public will be allowed in, but only by invitation. And of course, the public presence is being maintained in the one-stop shop within Abergavenny town. So, right, is anybody else going to sneak one in when I gaze? It's a sport amongst you all. I can see it. Wendy, are you up with the voting bar? So can you all vote now, please? Oh God, here comes the rain.
Stormy again.
Joe?
Excuse me? There's only 14, it was 13 previously.
Yeah, there's 13.
There was 14 for the previous one.
Yeah, I tell you what, can you...
Tony's not.
Tony, have you voted?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no, you're not voting. That's all right. Okay, yeah, problem solved.
Okay, that's unanimous. That's been carried.
Okay, so that's carried. Okay, thank you very much. So we move on now to application DM 2022-00494, which is the new dwelling on plot 2 at Azalea Cottage, Mynydd Back. Amy, you've got that one.
I have, thank you very much. So yes, this application seeks planning permission for a new dwelling on the proposed site. The site is within the development boundary and benefits from outline planning permission for a pair of dwellings at Azalea. Therefore, the principle of the development has been established. It is now the consideration of the details of this application. So this application is for plot 2 only, but considers the access, parking designs, materials and associated landscaping, and I hope you can still hear me above the noise of the rain. So here there's the site plan there. The red line of the application site is shown, which is the northeastern pair of the dwellings. The next slide shows the site from the front, from the road side, looking into the site and the existing boundary hedge. The next slide is looking into plot 2 from plot 1 at the top of the site. It's required to relocate the telegraph pole, as you can see on the right-hand side, to the corner of the site adjacent to the trees there. Again, the next slide is looking up the site towards the dwellings. Oh, sorry, this is looking down the hill towards the properties at the rear. And the next slide, looking up the hill at the properties opposite the road. So and again, the properties directly opposite plot 2. The next slide shows the site plan. It shows the extent of the site within the red line and an enlarged site plan to accommodate the provision of the shared access there between plot number 1 and 2. So the next slide shows the layout with the central access, shared access for plot 1 and 2 with off-street parking and a garage to the front of the site set parallel to the road. And then the elevations, or the floor plan then, shows a 2-storey building built into the hillside. So the lower ground floor can be seen here with the main living accommodation, and the next slide shows the upper floor access from the street level, showing the bedrooms and garaging. And the elevations. So the top elevation is facing the street with the green roof of the garage adjacent to the road. The middle drawings show the rear elevation of the building facing down to the slope and the back of the garden and beyond, and then the bottom shows the side elevations of the buildings. The materials are timber clad with brickwork and a metal and green roof. So the next slide will show the sections of the building, with the main portion of the building set into the bank and the garage at the upper level adjacent to the road. The lower sections here on the slide shows the slope of the garden at the boundary at the bottom. There's 3D visuals. On the next slide will show the green roofs, and that central roof in the middle is got PV panels. And then the next slide will show us at the very top there, you can see the section which shows the level of cut and fill, showing the rear of the garden retained as existing and a platform for the house and a small area for the patio. So there have been a number of objections. These relate to the concerns over the access drive. So if we could just go back to the site plan, please. The access road is a shared access and will be constructed to serve both plots, despite this application being for plot 2. There's also a condition prescribing minimum requirements for the access, and another that this access will be constructed prior to any construction of the property. There are concerns in relation to permitted development rights, that they should have been withdrawn, and there is a condition requiring an element of this. There is concerns over clarity that should be sought in terms of the colour of the external cladding. Again, there is a condition requiring details of finishing materials to be agreed. There was also concerns over the clarity of the 106 requirements. To confirm, there'll be a financial contribution of £17,678. There is concerns over ecology. However, our ecologist has not raised any objections, and subject to the conditions outlined in the officer's report, is satisfied. Again, there's been concerns raised over the design of the building. We could probably just flick back to the elevations. However, the general design approach in the area is quite mixed, a variety of styles and materials and design. So the proposed design is modern, but does not detract from the existing context in terms of its scale or mass, and therefore is considered to be an acceptable contribution to the mixed architectural style in the area. There was concerns over the roadside hedging and the stone wall, but as we can see on the site plan, there's the enlargement of the access that creates a hole in the boundary treatment, which is necessary. The access will be 5 metres wide, with a 0.6 metre boundary wall reinstated to the front boundary of the property. There's an area of dedicated planting behind, which is to be maintained at 0.6 metres as well, to maintain and ensure a 33-metre visibility display, which is necessary. So consequently, for the reasons identified, the application is therefore recommended for approval, subject to the conditions outlined in the officer's report and the Section 106 agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. There's no other speakers except for the ward members. So, Louise, can I suggest you use your 6 minutes at the beginning?
All right. Okay. Basically, one of my main concerns was that there was outline planning permission for 2 plots and there was a shared drive, but my understanding is now, and I'd just like extra clarification, that basically there will be the development of both the shared drives under condition 8, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
The other thing is with regard to conditions. On condition 11, there's a construction method statement, but could I actually suggest that the committee consider adding to that so that it says operation to avoid blocking of the road by construction vehicles during primary school starting and leaving times, because that road is a narrow road without pavements, and primary primary school children walk there, and obviously cars go in that direction, and it's on a sharp bend as well. The other concern that has been raised is about the overlooking issue, which I think was one of the conditions in the report, which is condition 14, refers to the biodiversity enhancement statement, which should be followed in full. Now that says there is to be an area of woodland trees retained and improved at the northern end of the site. So I would ask officers to ensure that that is actually included, because concerns have been expressed by the property at I think it's Wayside, is it Wayside Farm, and also the holly trees have actually were removed yesterday, and they screen the property at Terwen and Wayside Farm. It means that a significant amount of Velador can now be seen and these properties overlooked. So basically what I was asking for is that to make sure that that woodland area was improved as it's supposed to be within the current conditions anyway, and just wanted a reassurance from the planning officer. And I understand that the telegraph pole at the bottom is not part of planning and is down to Western Power, so obviously the residents have to consult on that. The concern is also about overlooking, because these holly trees were removed yesterday, and basically there is now the top property that we saw on the road can now be visualised from this bottom property. And although I understand there's a 30-metre distance, it's from an elevated position, and it's normally 20 metres. So, you know, again, if there's any possibility of, I know there's some obscure window condition in relation to condition 9, but just wondered whether or not, you know, that could be improved. But certainly the woodland bit at the bottom at the northern end of the site to screen both a potential telegraph pole and also the fact that there is visibility and prevent overlooking from the property, in view of the fact that there's visibility much further as far as the top of the road. So I think those were my concerns, and hope that they can be, those conditions can be added to. And thank you for listening to my concerns with regard to the shared access drive, because of the location I was concerned about vehicles coming in and out when it's very close to a blind bend, and because the properties plots have been are being sold separately, that wasn't part of the consideration when it was an outline planning permission for the two plots together, you know. So thank you for covering that, and hope that you can help with the other issues about overlooking. Thank you.
You want to come back on that, Amy? I think possibly the restriction at school times is a good one.
Yes.
And perhaps after the pole is removed, there's some sort of planting.
Yeah, so if I just come back on those bits, yes, there is a condition that relaxed for a construction method statement, but that is in relation more to ecology rather than transport vehicles coming in and out of site. So it is with, if members feel it necessary, given the tight road in front of the site and the access arrangements, to require a construction traffic management plan condition, then that obviously is achievable. We can put that on any consent that's granted. In terms of overlooking, there is a 30-metre rear garden from the rear of the new property to the boundary, and then there is another 30 metres from the boundary to the property behind. So that's a 60-metre distance between the two dwellings. There are also a number of substantial TPO trees at the bottom of the garden that are to be retained, along with other trees that are within that planting area. There's obviously quite a significant slope, as we saw on site yesterday. So in terms of overlooking, it's not considered that there's a detrimental impact in terms of overlooking on the neighbours, because of the height, you're quite far above, and the vegetation in between, the amenity of the neighbours is protected. We did see that there was some felling on site yesterday. That was of holly trees in order to relocate the electricity pole, as I understand, which is not unlawful. at the moment. The holly trees are not protected, so they can be removed. There is other trees that are retained there. There is a condition that the walnut tree is also retained in terms of bat purposes, and there are other ecological conditions on the consent should that be issued. So no development can start in relation to protecting those trees on site once permission is granted. So in terms of those, just to sum up then, it is within the member's gift to add a construction traffic management plan condition if you feel it necessary, but officers are satisfied that there are no detrimental impact of overlooking and the retention of trees on site is sufficient.
Briefly, Gwen.
Yeah, just could I just have, it's not asking for anything more than's within the conditions, but within the biodiversity report, it does say retaining and improving the screening on woodland on the northern end of the site. And because of the gap where the holly trees have gone, just wondered if I could have your reassurance that biodiversity would have a look at that, please. Thank you.
We can ask the ecologist to have a look at it, but I think in terms of the work that's been done is acceptable, and the loss of the holly trees, the fact that you could be able to see the electricity pole wouldn't be detrimental.
Should improve, you see, so I'm just thinking because of that cash, if they can do something.
Well, condition 14 of the enhancement scheme does ask for that, so which illustrates the design and location of ecological enhancement measures. So that will come into force when development starts.
Yeah, it is covered in the kind of conditions. So I think everybody would be happy with the construction management plan doing that. Yeah, so we'll include that one. So we're down to members at the moment. I've got nobody wishing to speak. Okay, thank you. Can we have the voting up, please, Wendy?
That's right.
Is this with the road management?
Is that with the amendment on the construction method? Thank you.
So we got one still to go?
No.
No. Oh, of course she's out, yeah.
So that's been carried. That's for.
Just wait for Jane to come back in. So we now go on to DM 2022-00514, which is the demolition of existing buildings and the erection of 2 new buildings incorporating retail space, storage and ancillary offices associated with the existing retail business. And that's at Usk Garden Centre, Land Barrack, part of an ongoing programme of substantial improvement to that particular site. Andrew, that's yours, isn't it?
Yes, it is indeed. Thanks, Chair. And you just kindly summarised the development description for us. So you can see on screen now, these are some of the buildings that would be demolished to make way for the new replacement structures. Just quickly go through these. So there's some of the buildings there to go. Not the best shot behind the parked cars, but you can see there the large glazed buildings, quite long linear form, so that would all go to accommodate. You can see there as well, it's quite a useful shot, showing the sort of existing overflow car park that's quite informal in terms of its surfacing and markings, so that would be regularised and improved also as part of this sort of continued redevelopment and improvements at the site. That's a view looking down the access, the existing access, which is also to be improved as you come into the site. So on screen now, you've got the existing layout, and you can see at the sort of the most northerly point really of the site. That's the long, broadly L-shaped glazed building, and then there's another smaller building to the south of it. So these are the buildings that would go. It's also worth pointing out that given the size and scale of those buildings, there is an overall 884 square metres net loss of space as part of these works. So turning to the proposed site layout, you can see there that area again along the northern boundary, that more informal overflow car parking area is now been formalised. So in total there'll be 122 parking spaces with 12 provided for disabled badged users, and the new buildings shown there where Phil's helpfully got his cursor. The buildings themselves, if you just go on to the next slide. So this is in terms of footprint, the larger of the two buildings, although single story. So this measures 27 by 13.7 metres and finished with colour-coated metal cladding to match the other sort of green theme they've gone with on this site. You can see the footprint plan. The other building would be a two-storey building used for staff offices, restroom, as well as vegetable storey. And if you look on the elevation, this would adjoin up next to an existing building of a similar height and profile. So in terms of considerations, these are to accommodate and replace existing facilities on site, and they're intended to improve the offering of the site to make the business more efficient, and don't provide any additional facilities to those already there. In that sense, in regard to visual impact, the buildings have been designed to replicate the simple and functional appearance of those already on site. The buildings that are to be demolished are not considered to be of such sort of merit or architectural value as to warrant retention, and these would be within the established close-knit group of buildings there already. Furthermore, a scheme of soft landscaping would also be proposed to facilitate the overall upgrades, and therefore on that basis officers are satisfied there's no adverse visual impact. In terms of highway safety, as I stated, the proposals are to accommodate existing facilities, and they don't provide anything additional to those already provided, and as such is not considered to be any additional traffic flow or volume of traffic in association with these works. And as stated, the overall retail floor space is actually to be reduced. Council's Highways Engineer accepts that the proposed on-site improvements would have no detrimental impact on the overall safety and capacity of the existing network, and accepts that there's no grounds to offer a highways objection. It's welcome that there's improvements to the existing vehicle entrance to the site. Those of you who've used it, this would be moved slightly further south and widened. And this is conditioned to be implemented prior to the other works taking place. You'll have noticed in third-party correspondence issues related to the speed of the public highway that serves this site, but obviously this is not a matter before us as a planning authority, and any issues of speed control along that stretch of public highway is a matter solely for the council's highway department. So, as a whole, on the balance of all of those material planning considerations, officers are satisfied that these works are acceptable, and I would recommend approval subject to the conditions in the officer's report.
Okay, thank you, Andrew. Does this come into your ward, Faye? Oh, it's next door, isn't it? It's Tony and Co. Okay, so we haven't got a local member. You're very close to it. Do you want to comment?
I would be in support of this application. I think it would be a welcome addition, and removing unfunctional buildings for there, so I would support it.
Okay, thank you. So, Dale.
Thank you, Chair.
Oh, of course, Marion, yeah.
Sorry, I'll replicate what Faye's saying. Really.
Carry on.
I'd support this application as well. That's all I've got to say, really.
That's okay. Thanks for that. Yeah. Sorry, I keep on forgetting this. It's a two-member ward. Right, Dale, yours.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just curious to know whether the development will provide electricity charging points within the car parking. I thought that was a policy that we now have, but it's not been included in this application.
Can I just come back on that point? I'll just check PPW 11 and I'll just check and come back on that point.
We'll carry on and you can catch up later. Ben.
Dale made exactly my point. There should be electric car charges in the car park, and it would be nice to see them there. So if it's not a requirement, could we condition it that there are charges in the car park, please?
I'm sure they'd agree to that, Jill.
Okay, I just wonder if there's an opportunity to reuse any of the materials, and could we start asking this maybe when we have demolitions? Reuse rather than, and unless there's asbestos or anything obviously that can't be reused. I wonder if that could be a question we could ask, please.
Okay, Andrew, we'll come back on that. Emma.
Yeah, there doesn't seem to be any active travel facilities. As somebody that cycled here and seen other people cycle there, and there are no bike parking facilities there. Can we not put a request that there is bike parking provided, please?
Okay, before I ask Andrew to come back, does anybody else wish to say anything on it? Okay, when you can then, Andrew.
Apologies, I'm just trying to find the relevant section in PPW 11 that does set us. It is one of the few areas we've got that has policy standards in terms of EV charging points. So just give me a moment. If there's any other questions or points to be raised, I'll try and get this as quick as I can.
Craig wants to come in the meantime, so.
So while Andrew's doing that, I'll just come back on Councillor Bond's suggestion about reusing materials and demolition. I think we can encourage it. We can certainly, ask maybe in an informative, if that's the case, to try and use those materials again. It'd be difficult in terms of the policy requirement to say that people have to do it. So just need to be aware of that. So we can certainly add it as an informative to this application if members wanted to. That's no problem. A similar way with regards to electric charging, so bike racks, that type of elements. I think we're going to find it hard, particularly with this application, given it's a replacement of existing stuff, whereas if it was a brand new development, then potentially we'd have more sort of bargaining tools, but we'll see in terms of what that policy wording is now in that in the documentation. But again, if this is something that members want, I don't think bike racks, for instance, I don't think that would be a major problem in terms of cost or viability of this particular scheme. Power chargers might, but electric car chargers might, so that's what I think we need to be sure of. There's enough policy grounds for us to ask for that at this stage.
Can I suggest that we carry on and defer that to the delegated panel to sort out at a later date when it's been confirmed with the applicant? And yeah. So those outstanding points will refer to the delegated panel after they've tied it up. Everybody happy with that?
Yep.
Okay, so we haven't got anybody else wishing to speak, so can I have a proposer and a seconder then, please? So proposed by Sue, seconded by Emma. In that case, we'll have the voting function up, please, Wendy. So can we all vote no, please?
Secret garden's got electric.
So that's been carried.
Okay, thank you, Joe. The next one is the hard path around the recreation field is DM 2022-00851, and that's up at Shire Newton. Amy, do you want to get on with that one?
Thank you very much. Yeah, the slides are coming up. So there you go. As you can see from the slides, the recreation ground is to the edge of the village as expected as an open playing field or recreational space. And this slide shows an aerial view of the whole of the field. So the next slide shows the red line boundary of the site with the play-in pitch set to the east of the site. And again, and the next one is a closer view of the red line boundary, just the other way around here. So the next slide will show the pathway that goes all the way around the playing field to the edge of the site. So the blue area is a compacted gravel. The yellow area to the top corner is a boardwalk over the wetter ground. The additional tree planting can see to the south, which is at the top of the drawing, and then in those opposite two corners. The pink area is dedicated for vehicle access into the site when necessary. There are a number of benches proposed to the south edge of the site, again across the top, and to the western edge some play equipment in the form of an exercise frames, climbing wall and zip wire. Details the equipment is to be covered by a condition. So there's been a number of objections. These relate into concerns over views into and out of the conservation area and a change of the character to a parkland setting. It is not considered that the proposed path will have a harmful impact on the character and appearance of the conservation area. The pathway doesn't affect views into and out of the area due to its very low scale of development. It's also considered that proposals are complementary to the existing use of the recreational field and do not constitute a change in character that would be inappropriate in this setting. There are concerns over overlooking into neighbouring properties, specifically to the side area of the site closest to the edge of the playing field. However, the proposed path does not increase the number of people attending the ground who would have therefore have an increased vantage point of the neighbouring properties over and above the present situation. As existing, users can utilise the site and all areas of the ground for recreational purposes. The proposals will not increase or encourage overlooking of the properties. In addition, extra tree planting and hedgerows have been incorporated into the scheme, and it must be noted that the play equipment is proposed to be sited to the opposite side of the recreational ground, as far away as possible from existing dwellings. Concerns have been raised that the pathway will restrict the use of the field or opportunities of the area for sport. However, the pathway is set back from the edges of the playing field, and it is not considered that the use will be restricted. On the contrary, the pathway will provide inclusive access for all, for those with wheelchairs or pushchairs, to access all areas, all parts of the site. It is not considered that the pathway would restrict opportunities for sport on the site as a whole. Concerns over the level of consultation with residents have been brought up, but in terms of the planning application, the consultation has been carried out in accordance with the requirements in terms of neighbour letters, site notices, and direct consultations with statutory consultees. Reference has been made to some correspondence regarding a separate public consultation outside the application process. However, this would not have an impact on the determination of the planning application or impede any decision that members may make today. Concerns are raised over safeguarding issues with the use of the site utilised by the playgroup. However, the site is publicly open at present, and it is not considered that a pathway would increase any issues of safeguarding over and above the existing use. There are also issues or concerns raised with rights of access and ownership. So the issues with rights of access is properly a civil matter and is not a consideration of the planning application. However, the ownership has been raised. So the applicants, as a Shire Newton Community Council, have signed certificate A, so on the application form, that's stating that they are the sole owner or leaseholder of the land. However, it appears that the Shire Newton Recreational Association have signed a 25-year lease, and so the certificate is technically incorrect. But the purpose of the certificate is to identify and notify any other owners or interests party of the land to which the application relates. In this instance, the Recreational Association are fully aware of the application and have made their representations. And I urge members to consider specifically the late correspondence from the association that was sent round. So overall, the proposals are considered acceptable and subject to the conditions outlined in the officer's report. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Louise, you're the local member.
Yeah, before I say anything, I just wanted to take advice about personal and prejudicial, because I was involved in the initial discussion on this hard path as a community councillor, but I'm no longer a community councillor. You know, I was a community councillor in the last election term, but I haven't been in this term. But I don't think I've got any prejudicial interest, and I'm a non-voting ward member now. So presumably that doesn't matter. Just to check.
Fine. It's absolutely fine.
Yeah. Okay. So if I could start now, then thank you. Just to explain to members the background to this, Shire Newton Community Council undertook a survey of local residents, which they do every 5 years. The last one was in 2019, and in one of the free comments, it suggested a boardwalk. The Community Council then included this as part of their 5-year plan, and I was involved in the initial discussions on this. But at the later stage, one community councillor in particular worked on this and on grant applications. This application was made due to the time limits for grant matters. An open evening was subsequently held with the local community, and it appeared that there were a number of objections that arose. I understand that the community councillor who was involved more in the grant applications in these later stages was consulting with the planning officer about possible postponement or putting the application on hold. But I'm not aware of what the discussions were, as both are away at the moment. So I can't confirm what was said. In the meantime, the Community Council and the Recreation Association, who leased the land for the activities, agreed that the Recreation Association could survey the community about it. And then obviously it's come on in the meantime, it's come on the agenda today. Last night, due to representations from the Recreation Association and objectors, the Shire Newton Community Council agreed that they would not proceed until the agreement of the Recreation Association had been obtained, and also unless the majority of the community agreed. That was over 50%, and it was up to the Recreation Association to do that survey. The next survey of the residents by the Shire Newton Community Council is due in 2024, and it will be undertaken then if the Residents Association don't do the survey beforehand. So in view of these circumstances, it would be up to the committee whether you agree to defer the application or approve it. But the Shire Newton Community Council, and I did check with them last night that they were happy for me to say this, have agreed that they wouldn't carry on with the application, but even if they get approval, then obviously it's a 5-year approval, and they could still, the Recreation Association could still either agree or not agree, and the survey of residents that they undertake either now or later by the community councils would still be within the 5-year period. Obviously, the grant issue might be a problem, but so it's up to the committee whether, in the circumstances, you would prefer to defer it or whether you would want to approve it. But the Community Council has given those assurances to the Recreation Association because obviously, there was a time lag, unfortunately, between the two. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, if I could just come back on that. Shire Newton Community Council are the applicants. We have not been informed that they wish to withdraw the application. As you've mentioned, if committee approved the application today, that doesn't mean that the Community Council have to build it. They have that time, or they could let the application lapse. I think the application is before us today. We've not been told alternatively, so it's up for members to determine the application today. approve it or refuse it. I can understand why the request has been for deferral, but I would urge members to make a decision today, I think, on this application, considering we haven't had any other direct contact from Shire Newton Community Council to suggest otherwise.
Yes, I would agree with that. Tony?
Thank you, Chair. I feel a little uncomfortable reading the report that 26 out of 27 responses are against this, but Councillor Brown has seemed to explain some of the rationale behind it, and also the fact that if we approve today, they don't have to go ahead with the actual plan. It is agreed. So I at the beginning I was feeling that we shouldn't at this moment in time approve it on the basis that there seems to be a lot of angst within Shire Newton. I don't know what the Community Council is up to, but could we agree in principle the position we are, and if there's any tinkering at the edges, let the delegated panel make a decision?
Well, the application before you is what it is here. It is for a path around the field with some landscaping and some exercise equipment. I'll put it out to members if there are. Are there any amendments you would like to see to the scheme?
Mm-hmm.
Or
I just feel that the Community Council, the residents in Shire Newton don't seem to be behind the Community Council, that's all.
I think that's an issue that's outside the planning process, though.
Yeah, I realise that.
I think there's a little bit of local politics being played out there, but that's only what it appears to be. A very similar scheme was carried out at the playing fields in Cowent, and it's been fabulously successful. It really has been of benefit to the playing fields there. Ben.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for the presentation. I'm all in favour of increasing accessibility to our green spaces, so I support the proposal, but I do find it a little bit frustrating that proposal has been brought to this committee when it turns out the applicant may or may not want to build it. So it seems a little bit frustrating from my side when we've been here for 4 hours already, and we're asking to consider something which it appears doesn't actually want to be built at the moment. But that's all I have to say on the matter. Yeah,
but then they haven't actually told us that I don't disbelieve anything Councillor Brown has said, but you'd have thought they'd have contacted us. Jill.
Just quickly then, just two things that I saw were about the play equipment, which you've already said at the other end, and the other thing was light and coming into properties, but I can't see any lamps or any additional lights in that that are proposed.
It's unlit, isn't it?
It is unlit, yeah. There is no prescription within any, but there's a lot of annotations on that plan. I appreciate it's difficult to see on the screen, but yeah, there's no lighting proposed. Thank you.
Dale.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, this ticks so many boxes when it comes to things like the Future Generations and Wellbeing Act, though that we'd be churlish to dismiss it out of hand. If there are issues going on between the sports ground and the Community Council, that is not a concern for us. Anybody can apply for permission to build anywhere. And get it approved. Whether they get permission off the landowner for that to happen is completely different. So for me, this is just a straightforward general application. We either approve or deny. There's no kind of trying to play the middle ground and listen to community and organisations within the community that are doing things. We don't have the ability to make the application happen. That's out of our control. We can only approve the application or not. So for me, I mean, it's quite simple for me. It is quite an easy approval, and then it's down to the landowners and the Community Council to hammer it out, as far as I'm concerned.
Thank you, Dale. I'll take that as a proposal for approval then. But first, Emma.
I was going to recommend that we approve it because it it'll open the fields over to a wider range of the people in the area, and hope that then that the community council can bring the community round to their way of thinking, and you know, over the next 5 years, preferably before the grant runs out.
we'll take that as seconding then, Sue.
You're just depriving me of the opportunity to second it myself, so I've been beaten to it.
You've got to get in quick. Okay, nobody else has indicated, so Wendy, can we have the voting ballot, please? Yeah, Craig, you want to come in? Oh, yeah. Okay, we're voting now for the path. Okay, that's it, Joe.
Yeah, that's unanimous. It's been carried.
Okay, thanks very much. So the next one is, yes, it's Crooklands, isn't it? Yeah, go on, Craig.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to go back on the Morris Garden Centre application. So Andrew's found out for members that the local planning authority should seek a minimum of 10% of car parking spaces to have electric charging vehicles on non-residential development. But that's on new development, so it goes back to the point I was making previously, that this is existing like for like. But just wanted to clarify in terms of process that members did approve it, subject to the delegated panel to have those conversations. If we have discussions on getting some electric chargers on the site and also some active travel cycle racks, then our members still satisfied that the vote they took earlier was accurate. Is that okay, Chair?
Absolutely, but with me, can you just have a show of thumbs rather than, we're done for that. In that case, we move on to the last one, which is 2022-00923, 2 proposed dormers to the front and southeast facing elevations. That's at Crooklands in Undy. It's Councillor Cook's son, I believe, which is why it's been brought to the committee, and we've had no reply from the community council. So we don't have the local member, do we? We'll go to Amy.
Thank you very much. Yes, so the slide here shows the position of Crooklands within the built-up residential area of Undy. So the red line shows the site in question, and the blue areas are also land within the applicant's ownership. So Crooklands is a large residential property set within its own grounds with a substantial front and rear gardens. So the next slide shows the proposed first floor plan and the position of the roof terrace. Do I have my... Sorry. Zach, could you move the slides on, please? Driver. So the first one, the position of the roof terrace set between the 2 rear gables of the property. So the red line here, the arrow you can see directly, diagonally in the top corner, shows the distance between the corner of the terrace, the roof terrace, and the front corner of the property set at an angle behind Crooklands, and that is a distance of 33 metres. So the next slide shows the existing building from the front and the rear. As you can see, the front elevation at the bottom there is quite a simple double-fronted property, and there to the rear there are 3 gables there with a ground floor conservatory in the middle. The proposed slides, the next one on, shows the position of the proposed roof terrace there between the double gables to the rear. And the front elevation has the 2 dormers there and 2 roof lights set at the front. To the back with the roof terrace, there is a 1.5 metre privacy screen to protect views either side of that roof terrace, but again they are set down between the ridge height of the gables either side of it. So the next slide then shows the proposed loft plan area. You can see the extension of the rear flat roof dormer in pink, there with bifold doors onto the roof terrace. So the flat roof and terrace will sit between these two rear gables, and as I said, there's a 1.8 metre high privacy screen. So next slide shows the internal arrangements of the first floor plan, and then the next slide, is it moving?
Oh, that's existing and that's
And there's the proposed, yeah. So it just shows the provision of a staircase internally in order to access the loft space and roof terrace. So the photographs. So this is the rear elevation of the property. As you can see, the central gable is proposed to take out that gable and roof area and put a flat roof section in with a roof terrace above. The next photograph is the front elevation. Again, here it is proposed to have two dormers, pitched roof dormers to the front and two roof lights. So the next slide, that is the rear of the rear elevation looking to the property to the south, and the other side, again, near the property, which sits in line with Crooklands, and you can see the outbuilding there or within the garden of Crooklands. And the next photograph, again, there's the outbuilding and the gable end there of the rear property that is set at 33 metres behind the rear elevation of Crooklands and the roof terrace. So there have been a number of objections. Oh, sorry, that's a further photograph of the garden looking back towards the rear of the site, and there's a railway line towards the very back of the site. So there have been some objections. This mainly relates to the loss of privacy caused by overlooking of the terrace. However, the edge of the roof terrace, as we've said, is 33 metres away from the front elevation of the adjacent property, and that is set at an angle to the rear of the building. So given this distance and the fact that the terraces face the front elevation of the neighbour's property, it's not considered that this causes an unacceptable level of overlooking or loss of privacy, especially to their private amenity space, which is at the back. Concerns are raised over overdevelopment of the site. So whilst the building has seen a number of extensions, it does occupy a large site, and the scale of development is in proportion with the scale of the building, as we see here. It's not considered to be incongruous or damaging to the character of the area, and the development is considered to be in keeping with the style of the house in terms of design. It is acceptable. It is not considered to be having a harmful effect, and the cumulative applications or this site, and there has been mentioned in terms of cumulative applications on other properties, but it is this site that is before members today. Concerns are also raised over noise and dust, but whilst it acknowledged that there will be noise and dust created through the course of building works, this is temporary, and it is not considered to constitute to any permanent harm to the amenity of the neighbours. The management of the building works is not really a matter for the planning application in this instance. So overall, the development is considered to be acceptable and subject to the conditions outlined in the officer's report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Amy. And it's been pointed out to me that Councillor Sandals is online. So, Angela, do you want to come in on that now? You've got 4 minutes and 2 at the end, or you can take 6 minutes.
No, thank you. I'm just here actually, just to, because obviously John's indisposed today, and I'm just here to sort of take in the proceedings, just to be here in, as a gesture for John, really. So, no, I've got nothing to add other than I believe that it should be passed. Having read all the documentation to go with it, it seems a perfectly acceptable planning application. But thank you, that's me.
Okay, thanks very much. And Emma.
Yeah, I just wanted to double check. You said it was 60 metres from the corner of the nearest house, but are they able to see into the back gardens of the houses behind?
It's 33 metres. Sorry, the other application was 60. I know it's difficult to keep up. So 33 metres between the two, so they can't see into the rear garden of the property. So we can get the site plan up again. Sorry, because I think it's St Martin's Farm is the property to the rear at the back. It's offset, so they won't be able to see over the top of the dwelling itself into the rear garden of that property that's set behind. And there's privacy screens on the side of the terrace to protect the amenity at the back of the properties either side of Crooklands. But it is also set between the two gables, so the ridge line of the gable is similar to the height of the privacy screen.
Yeah, the terrace is actually set back, isn't it? So,
It is, yeah.
As it's set in between the two gables,
Yeah.
it's not going to be visible from
there
either
won't
side.
be, no, they can only look straight out, can't they? Anybody else wish to speak? No? Okay, Wendy, can we have the oh yes, proposal, yeah. Can I have a proposal, yeah, Ben and Jane? So we vote no then?
Any more?
We've only got all the 13.
One more?
We have one more.
Yeah.
14 we've got.
Yeah, that's been carried.
Okay. Right. That's the last one on the agenda today. We've got no appeals or anything else to look at. So just remains for me to thank you all. There's been a Jane, you wanted to come in?
Yeah, thanks, Phil. Hopefully this is the right sort of time to raise it. I was just wondering whether sort of in the future going forward, whether our January and September meetings should be possibly put back a week, based on the fact that during August a lot of officers and councillors are on holiday, and then also during the Christmas break, and particularly if the planning meeting falls within the first week, you know, it might be that we've got to read reports from sort of Boxing Day onwards. I don't know if it's something that we could consider.
That tends to happen anyway, doesn't it?
The January one certainly is always a week later, so it might be in your diary, but that might just be an error at the minute in terms of the way that it's set. But it is usually the week after for exactly the reasons you just said. We don't usually do the September one, but maybe that's something we could look at next year. It could be noted.
It was a lot of reading.
Yeah, with 10 applications, it was quite a lot.
Yeah, there was certainly an awful lot of reading this time, but as you know, it isn't often that we get a meaty one like this. So thank you very much, everybody, and we see you next time.
Thank you.